Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here. Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Red Small make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Joe's one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Crawford Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Legend.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, September 10th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Man, I'm pumped up. Last week was probably the best MLB week I've had working with you guys. We cashed every day of the 3 shows. Wednesday, September 3rd, 9-5 plus 3.37 units. Thursday, September 4th, 5-0 board sweepage plus 5 units. And Friday, September 5th, 9-4 plus 4.79 units. And I want it to continue. And I understand why it's working. So I have not made a bet since Friday in MLB. It's working because I'm working with you guys. We're deep diving on these games. We got Wine Time Sports joining us, Jose Bouquet joining us today. I got these great cappers in the chat. I'm utilizing all the information. We're spending a long time capping it, which isn't for everybody, but it's for my bankroll. And we went 23-9 plus 13.16 units in MLB. So we're going to start with MLB. We're going to hammer the MLB card. Then, and that's with Wine Time Sports and Jose Jean-Claude Snips, Sweet Tea Tits Bouquet. Then we roll into NCAA football, college football. So we start with Georgia, Tennessee. It's a spot that Wine Time is hammering. Then we have Arkansas, Ole Miss. Then we go into Florida, LSU, and Texas A&M, Notre Dame. And I know we've been talking about those games a lot, but we're going to hammer them once again. Wine Time's going to make moves on them, and we are going to rock with them on that. I have made bets on those two games. We talked about it on Medicaid Monday. Then we talked about it on the Monday night football live stream, and then I bet it after the show. So I have the Gators plus 9.5. So it looks like I've beaten that line move, which we discussed on Monday night. I just followed through with all of our discussions. And then I moved on Notre Dame double result, a minus 105. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. It's great to see all you guys. I'm ready to rock and thankful for the opportunity to rock with you guys. We've got Justin McKelvey, Langoliers over 1.5 bases, and Cody Bellinger over 1.5 bases. That is copied and pasted. And then we're going to close the WNBA with Justin McKelvey as well. So we are going to be attacking. We have Gorky, Red Sox, minus 1.5 and plus 105. And the Goracle is on a Blue Jays Dodgers money line parlay. Copied and paste. There's our guy, Just My 2 cents. A rare week off for our MMA crew. But good God, do we have fighting? It's the fight of the year. Canelo Crawford. I have moved on Canelo by decision. I didn't time it perfectly, or even perfect. I didn't even time it right. I kind of bet it at the wrong time. It feels like the market, at least as of 24 hours ago, the market was moving towards Crawford, and I could have got a better line had I just had a little bit more patience, but it's fine. I got plus 110. It was plus 125 when I first looked. Then it moved to plus 110, and I did that mistake that I'm trying to get out of my system where I see the line moving, and I panic and go bet it instead of just understanding it's moving, taking a second, taking it all in. Now it got back up to plus 125 pretty quickly. We got Just My 2 cents in that. So shout out to Preston and Danny Betts for their breakdown of Canelo Crawford. We're going to be talking about it a lot here over. And, I should probably try to get them on camera here on our Friday show. We got Just My 2 cents, Talk Sports with JT Terang. Terang over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at minus 115. Let's get this all copied and pasted and begin our analysis of this MLB slate. Great to see all of you guys. Lil Domo ready to get to work. Nasty Nate, Coin, Irish King, Lex Steele, Ronnie Lofton, Chang Kim. Chang, I don't know how we just don't take the Ravens and move on in the Survivor. I don't say, why get cute? Why do anything? They're angry, extremely angry. So that's all I'm going to do. I'm nothing exciting here. I'm just going to take the Ravens and move on to week 3 in the Survivor, Chang. And I know you asked about that. We got Ole in the house. As the market in the Florida LSU game is wild. Can't wait to hear the breakdowns. I'm looking forward to it too. Deacon Mike ready to get to work. Jermaine, Brandon, Cummings. What a group, man. Thank you guys for rocking with us. 9 Legacy, Flank Steak. Oh, really? We have UFC? Why did I think there was no... Really? Am I tripping? Did they shoot one last night? Or sorry, Tuesday night. I didn't see one on our videos, but maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe I am just tripping. Flank Steak. I know they did DWCS, but I don't know if I know they did the Contender Series, but I don't know if there's anything else going on. But let me know. Let me know. Is this the San Antonio one? Oh my God! I am sorry, guys. I did not realize this was San Antonio. So then you guys did your video last night. Okay, my bad. I'm behind. I'm behind. Last night I was all football all the time. I hammered it for hours, and lacking of sleep, but it's our number one show on the channel. We want great to see all of you guys. Thank you so much and there was a premium. My bad. Okay, well, I will help promote it and support it today. I was solely focused on Crawford Canelo. We have a party here for the big fight on Saturday night. Deacon says, is Jose still alive? Jose is probably nonplussed. I haven't asked him about it. I did peruse the scores last night on a game that meant very much to him. So I think, we treat him with love and compassion. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. Ronnie Lofton says he blames his mental screw-ups on the early 70s. I'm sure you were knee-deep, though. Enjoying life, my friend. Turnbuckle Tommy, easy cash play of the day, Braves -1. So, Nate, are you coming down to San Antonio then? Are you coming down to San Antonio this week? Let me know, man. All right, let's get this all locked in here. 9 Legacies action is all right. It is time to attack the Major League Baseball. We have afternoon action. We have glory, and we are at the high water mark of the year right now for me. So let's get right into things. Before we do, let me make sure that I've got everything set up here the way I need it and the way I want it here. Let me get the swish up here. I got all these pictures, man. Okay, get swish up here. And there we go. Swish is in business. And then let's get our ballpark pal ready to attack. Beautiful. There it is. Okay. The time is nigh. Let's get to work. 2 of the shows last week, I had the pleasure of working with your next guest. When I worked with him, I went 18-9. And it's working. What we're doing is working, and it is providing, and it is helping our lives. Let's get to work right now. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, the star of our hit show Walk-Off Wagers, one of the stars of our hit show The Tailgate. Please welcome Mr. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, happy Wednesday, my guy. Good to see you here on a Wednesday. Excited to cap this card with you. We had a nice Friday last week. College football, a little bit rough, guys, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. We've got a lot of time left. Excited to talk about that after MLB. But, yeah, I'm excited to cap some Major League Baseball with you, my guy. I've already moved on a couple spots and looking to add on some more. So I'm ready. Let's get to it, my guy.
Let's get to – okay, so it's tonight, the new premiere. Oh, is it – God, okay, I'm tripping, man. Let me know what's going on with the premiere because I've been looking for it. I'm excited to rock. We have been moving in the right direction, and pretty exciting. I'm 48 games over 500. Now, my thing here is your average line plus 100 allows you to be 7 games over 500 with a 2.11% ROI. My average line is minus 106, but the first 3s are heavily juiced. And so being 48 games over 5, I'm just 24.8 units, my ROI plus 3.79%. So it's moving in the right direction. Roy Belmas in the house. Great to see you, Roy. Let's get to work. Cheshire Cat, Noel, ready to go. Let's roll, my friend. We get started at 2:35 p.m. Eastern. The Milwaukee Brewers, 89-57, 43-31 on the road at the Texas Rangers, 76-70, 46-28 at home at Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. The great Freddie Peralta going to be up for the Cy. I don't know if he can sneak past Skeens, but he's certainly in the argument. Has not allowed a run in 5 starts. He's allowed 1 run since July 30th. In those 5 starts, because the 6th start, he allowed 1 run, but the last 5, he's allowed none. He hasn't allowed an unearned run either. He hasn't allowed any runs of any sort, of any kind. 28 innings. He's allowed 9 hits in 28 innings. He has allowed, he's walked 12 batters, which is a little high, for that kind of elite numbers, but he struck out 35 in 28 innings. He's been absolutely spectacular is what he has been. Freddie Peralta's last start, 5 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 8 Ks, 3 walks, and a 2-0 loss at home versus the Phillies. On the road this year, he has started 14 games, and he's allowed 28 earned runs. He was a little more susceptible earlier in the year on the road. Opponent's still hitting 185 against him. He's allowed 11 home runs on the road, just 5 at home. But here he is on the road. His splits are fantastic. Going up against the great Merrill Kelly, 11-7, 3.16 ERA, 1.04 WHIP, 171 innings, 156 Ks, 47 walks, and 21 home runs. Last start, 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 7 Ks, 1 walk, and a 4-3 extra inning win at home over the Astros. We have been backing him. He's been pitching at an elite level. But lefties are hitting him. Righties are not. Lefties are. Righties against our guy Merrill Kelly are hitting 190 with a 523 OPS. Lefties 222, 718 OPS. So we venture and take a look at this lineup, and Chorrillo. So the big star bats in this lineup should have trouble. Chorrillo, Contreras. We have Terang hitting leadoff. We've already heard from JT. He's moving on his over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Yelich batting third. Frelick batting fifth. Collins a switch batting seventh. So that's just 3 left-handed bats in a switch. It's not the perfect lineup. You'd want 6 or 7 left-handed bats to give yourself the best opportunity to go up against Merrill Kelly. Brewers versus righties the last 30 days, 275, 808 OPS. Rangers versus righties, 259, 759 OPS. So we have teams that are hitting hard right now. We have a Rangers bullpen that's in peril, pitching terribly, 5.05 ERA last 30 days. And the Brewers bullpen has been as consistent as any bullpen in the league, not named the San Diego Padres. So that is our situation here. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow, and then hear which direction our guy Wine Time is going. We have heard Spooner has locked down. The roof is closed. It was open yesterday. It will be closed today. We get into the line history here. We have Peralta and the Brewers at minus 125. That's where they opened. It's not what happened, though. This opened up actually at 126 and immediately went towards the Brewers. It kept going up until minus 137. It kept moving towards the Brewers till about 9 this morning, and then there was some buyback on the Texas Rangers. Buyback that does make sense to me. This total is a 7. This opened up at 7.5, juice to the under. It's bounced back and forth from a 7.5 to the 7. It is a very low number. When we get to the board here, the all-important board, see what we are dealing with here. We have interleague action, of course. So we have 56% of the tickets on Milwaukee and 69% of the cash on Texas. We have 87% of tickets on the under, 93% of cash on the under, and we see some, legit movement towards said under. Here we go. Wine Time Sports afternoon action. Brewers, Rangers, Globe Life Field, Arlington, Texas. Take it away.
Yeah, guys, don't look now at Texas Rangers, 2.5 games out of the AL West, 1.5 from the wild card spot right now. I wasn't really expecting to see this Rangers team make this leap here at this point in September. They're playing some really good baseball right now. Still think this line's a little bit, I don't really think it's fishy, but the Brewers only minus 128. Texas Rangers are going for the sweep here. I initially kind of wanted to move on Freddie Peralta just because he's been lights out. And I think this is a good lineup to face here too in Texas. And the guys that do have a sample size against Freddie Peralta really haven't done much. There's only the top 4 guys in the lineup have actually faced Freddie Peralta. It's kind of looking at the under 7 right here at plus 100. I just find it hard to believe that there's going to be really runs scored in this ball game. Merrill Kelly, I mean, this guy's pitching some really good baseball right now. Pitching really well. Looking at his numbers, looking at especially since he came over here from Texas. He started off struggling this season, and it just seems like he's really turned a corner, pitching good baseball when it matters most. Rangers are going to need him to do that going forward if they want to continue to make that playoff push. I would lean towards the under here, Jim. Under 7 plus 100. It's just, I feel like this probably should have opened up at a 7 with both of these pitchers here on the mound, just because of these guys' numbers. This opened up at a 7.5, correct? What was the juice on it when it opened up, Jim?
Minus 115 to the under.
Yeah, I feel like it probably should have been more of a minus 120, minus 125. And now that it's out of 7, I think this is the appropriate number. I would only move on the under here, under 7. And I think that it's still some good money here. Maybe we get a push. It lands at that 7. But I think this is where the line really should have been. It's just kind of a little bit weird that it did open up at 7.5 with both these guys in the mound, because touched on it. Both these guys have been lights out. They're pitching really well. And I don't really see a lot of runs being scored in this ball game. With that being said, do I want to move on a team total? Do I want to move on the full game total? Let me look at this first 5 here. I'm curious. Not much of a difference, 2 cents difference right now. I got a minus 128 on the Brewers full game, minus 130 for the first 5. Overs 3.5 juice to the over at minus 120 in the first 5 innings right now. Yeah, this is a tough game here because the 3.5 is juice to the over. I mean, they think 4 runs are going to be scored here in this first 5 innings, maybe. That means that these pitchers might be a little bit vulnerable. I don't know.
Well, you would think, and I know we're talking about 5 innings and 9 innings. Of course, 5 innings is more than 4 innings. I mean, I get the simplicity of that math, but you would think that the first 5 might be a different number or cheaper than the full game. It's not. I'm surprised at that. You know, it's juice. So I'm looking at a public book here at 365, and the over 3.5 is minus 120.
Yeah.
I know I could get cheaper than that. That's a bit of a surprise. I can get the first 3 under 2 for like minus 108. That is a bit of a surprise. We've seen, now this could change throughout the day, but we've seen a line like this move to under 1.5 at minus 105. We've seen that often in these spots, you know, like a skiing start. So, you know, we had that last weekend. I forget who was Skeens was pitching. It went down. The first 3 under 1.5 was minus 105. The first 3 under 1.5 is plus 140. You know, the roof's closed. I think we can get beyond this whole 5. It used to concern me when you had 3 straight scoreless starts, but once you get to 5, I mean, at some point, can't you say, look, this guy's just shoving. He's on an elite level. TJ is very close to the first 5 over 3.5.
Yeah.
You know, this is a spot where, you know, Merrill Kelly and the Brewers know each other quite well. I know it's an interleague matchup, but of course he was throwing for a long time with the Diamondbacks. It is peculiar that the first 3 under 1.5 is plus 140 when we see elite pitchers on the mound, it's minus 105. So why don't we just, as a experiment, let's see, what's the other lowest total on the board? We have a 7.5 with Skeens Wells. We have a 7.5 with Holmes Sanchez. That one's juiced to the over. We have flat 7.5s with Abbott Pavetta and McGreevy Gilbert. So the only 7.5 that's juiced to the under is Skeens Orioles, but that's a 7.5, so it's a higher number. Yeah. So as an example, let's see what this first 3. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. Let's see what this first 3 here is under. Oh man, 365 has just been acting up. That's a pain here. Let me switch games here. See if I can do it like this. So annoying. This site's been messing up and I've been asking a bunch of people. They're all dealing with it. All right, well, it's gonna take me a second. The first 5, though, for instance, is the exact same line as the 7. Exact same line. Minus 120 to the over 3.5. Under 3.5 is at plus 100. And that's a strange situation when you have Wells, who we haven't seen in 15 months, who's got 1 start under his belt, and Skeens has been great on the road, but it's a strange situation. Let me see if I can just find it on my phone quickly, because I think that will answer some of my concerns. Also, you know, seeing TJ on the, you know, close to moving on the the first 5 over 3.5. There's something just fishy about it. So let's just take a look at this Pittsburgh one, because it should be cheaper. So let's see. So the first 3 is
I'm seeing 2.5 minus 165, Jim.
Yeah, it's the exact same line.
Holy crap.
But that's the exact same line. Because
Yeah.
that's no problem. That means you can get it too.
Yeah.
Because the under one half would be plus 140. So why would that be the exact same line? It's just something is not quite here. The roof is closed, which will continue the run suppressing ballpark. It's been a very run suppressing ballpark this year. I guess when it's said and done, and look at that, they're offering that first Milwaukee over 3.5, first 5 minus 114, pretty cheaper at Bet Rivers. Ronnie Lofton just got on the first 5 under 3.5 minus 105, says both these pitchers are very capable of shutting a team down. Oh, there's no doubt about that. Very, very capable. Very capable, but I find it funny that a regular situation at 7 that we've dealt with, the first 3 under 1.5 is 45 cents more expensive than this one is. And I guess I'm not. I mean, I find it hard to believe 3 runs are going to be scored in the first 3 innings.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I don't think. I mean, especially the way these guys are pitching right now, and I don't think these lineups match well up against these starting pitchers.
And look at Coin as the first 3 under. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Coin. I was going to freak out. If you were getting 50 cents better than me, I was going to lose my mind. Troy Torrance says, history of this market with very little movement on the side goes under 7.5 at a ridiculous rate. Yeah, I mean, I'm just a little hesitant, and I don't know why I should be. It's an afternoon spot. It's kind of a sleepy spot. There's not going to be a lot of people at the ballpark. I mean, I find it hard to believe that 2 runs will be scored. Very hard to believe that 2 runs will be scored. What's your final? I mean, we're not going to sit here and hem and haw. I need to figure this one out as we go. But are you just going to leave this alone at this point?
I'm going to leave it alone at this point because, I mean, my initial look is the under, but at the same time, maybe this is the game where both these pitchers are a little bit vulnerable, or maybe it's the bullpens later in the game. Not really too sure here. I'm going to stay off this game. I wanted the under, but kind of seeing TJ on that over in the first 5 and then just kind of hearing everything that you were talking about capping this game. And I don't know. It's just, I feel like maybe these pitchers could get vulnerable as the game goes on. That first 3, look, I can definitely see them pitching well. First 5, that's going to be a little bit interesting, especially seeing it juice minus 120, the over 3.5. It's going to be a pass for me as of right now.
There's so much to like about it. And now we have the information from Coin. The Baltimore first 3 under 2.5 minus 155, while the Texas Milwaukee first 3 under 2.5 minus 145. I don't understand why there would be that kind of, why the Wells Skeens would be at a lower price point. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen Tyler Wells on the mound. And we're looking at the last 2 home starts, for Merle Kelly now that he is a Texas Ranger. He's allowed 1 earned run in 14 innings. So you have a guy at home who's allowed 1 earned run in 14 innings. You have a guy who has allowed 0 earned runs over his last 5 starts. Turnbuckle Tommy says that first 3 under 2.5 minus 175. That's a little bit better. There's our guy Guillermo Zertucci in the house. I mean, I want the first 3 under 2 here. I don't. Why wouldn't I? It's a travel day. It's going to be a sleepy day at the ballpark. As much as the Rangers bullpen is vulnerable, the Brewers can kind of empty the tank if they want to. Both teams can. I mean, they don't play tomorrow. I still want it.
I mean, this lineup for the Rangers, like I said, very minimal sample size against Freddie Peralta. It's only the first 4 guys in the lineup that have faced him. Outside of that, no one's faced this guy. And the way he's pitching right now, it's going to be hard to see this guy your first time against him and actually shell this guy and get some runs on the board. So, yeah, I like it. I mean, Freddie Peralta can go up 9 up, 9 down. We'll see what happens after that. But I don't know. They have a very minimal sample size. And this guy, the way he's pitching right now, it's lights out. I mean, you mentioned it could be the Cy Young. So we'll see.
But what is the problem here? And what would be the problem? And it's simple. And this is not something they're dealing with in Pittsburgh, Baltimore. It's the Brewers are ripping the leather off the ball, and so are the Rangers.
Yeah.
So that is, that is the issue. We saw 9 runs scored yesterday. And not that I want to get too into, what happened there before. Look, I still want it. I still want the first 3 under 2, but it is a little fishy. I would like it to be a little bit more expensive. So, I'm still very interested in the first 3 under 2, and then I may move on it still. But I would like it to be more expensive. Now, I think we can start explaining it when we talk about how hot, the Brewers are against righties and the Rangers are as well. And, do we have the confirmed lineups yet? Let me see if we got the confirmed lineups.
The Rangers we do, not the Brewers.
Okay, well, let's go over that here right now. So for the – I got both. So for the Brewers, Turang, Churrillo, Yelich, Contreras, Frelick, Bowers, Durbin, Perkins, and Ortiz. Why? I don't understand why you'd bring in, of course. Sorry, what am I talking about? Of course you need to bring in the 4th lefty bat. That's why Bowers is in. So they have 4 lefty bats in their first 6. Because if Merrill Kelly's vulnerable anywhere, that's where he's vulnerable against lefty bats. So now you have Perkins switch hitting who will bat from the left-hand side. For the Rangers, Smith, Langford, Peterson, Berger, Young, Higashioka, Osuna, Cody Freeman, Hellman. And then the only other question is, what would the price difference be here, first 5 and full game? What's your price difference, first 5 full game for the Brewers?
Minus 130 for the first 5, minus 128 full game, 2 cents difference.
All right. Well, let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling along. I'm interested in the first 3 under 2 here, but we'll see if I move. We have 2 hours and 3 minutes to talk about it. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Wine time, 3:35 p.m. Eastern. We have Jose Bouquet, Nasty Nate's Boston Red Sox, 81 and 65, 37 and 37 on the road. At the Athletic, 66 and 80, 29 and 42 at home. Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, California. Let's get into the weather here in Sacramento. 75 Fahrenheit, feels like 76, 5.7 miles per hour. Out to left center, gets up to 6.6 miles per hour. Let's get to the ballpark. Sutter Health Park is the most offensive park by margin. Second is Angel Stadium at plus 2%. Sutter Health Park is plus 19%, plus 29% homers, plus 7% doubles and triples, and plus 6% singles. And we have reached the Stacks play of the day. It is Langoliers over 1.5 bases. We also have the Turnbuckle Tommy Easy Cash play of the day. Number 2 is the over 10.5 here. Justin McKelvey also on that over 10.5.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Absolutely, Robert Franklin. Happy birthday, my man. Love capping with Robert, man. Respect. Birthday for Robert Franklin. Birthday pick. Absolutely. Fuck yeah, Robert. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. So, okay, got that right here. You'll get one from Wine Time, Jose and myself, and Justin. So that's dope, man. Happy birthday. So here we go. Last Friday, we faded our friend Peyton Tolley with great results. It was a wonderful situation. First 3 and first 5 for me on Friday, and it helped very, very much. Helped very, very much. He's only seen 2 left-handed bats so far this year. There were 1 and 2 off him with a single. Righties are hitting 233, 861 OPS. We saw him on August 29th go up against Skeens. He went 5 1/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, no homers, 8 Ks, 2 walks, and a 4-2 loss at home to the Pirates. Then we saw him September 5th. It was the perfect storm. The line was moving towards the Diamondbacks because everybody was fading Erod. Everybody and their mom was fading him. And everybody loves Peyton Tolley. The public was all over him, and the line was moving towards the Diamondbacks. It was easy. The books told us that Tolley was the vulnerable one, and we took advantage of it. He went 3 innings. He allowed 5 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 homers, 2 Ks, 4 walks, and 10-5 loss at Arizona. He's going up against young Mason Barnett. Barnett has also had 2 starts in his career. August 30th, 4 innings, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, 1 homer, 1 K, no walks, and 9-3 loss at home to the Rangers. And then September 5th, he went 5 innings, 3 hits, 4 earned runs, 8 Ks, 5 walks, and a 10-4 win at the Angels. Red Sox are hitting righties hard right now, 261, 754 OPS. The A's versus lefties, not as much power these days, 234, 717 OPS. And both bullpens are pitching very well. So we have a very offensive weather situation. 2 young pitchers with very high numbers, but a very small sample size of numbers. Now, we know about Tolle. We've talked about it, and we don't need to get too into it. And I know that we've talked about Mason Barnett as well, but I feel like he's the one that we kind of need the refresher on. 3rd round pick in the 2022 draft out of Auburn University. And this year he was at AAA Las Vegas and he got lit up and smoked. He got destroyed. I've seen often pitchers like this that I expect to be vulnerable that aren't, except this is the end of the year where it feels like some franchises, especially franchises that don't care much about winning right now, like the Athletics, kind of empty the clip and want to get a peek at some of their youngsters. In 2024, he came, was in AA and he looked good, especially at Midland. That was after he'd been moved from the Royals and he moved to a new organization. You often see that with kids. They move to a new organization, they have something to prove, and they start proving it pretty quick. And now in Vegas, he's been lit up and smoked, and he's shown that here as well, that he's just been getting lit up and smoked. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow and see what we are dealing with. We have a total with which a lot of you guys are on, the over at 10.5. I see a very sharp book that will be unnamed that's moved it to 11. Here we have a 10.5 minus 113. So we've moved 11 cents towards the over 10.5. So, and you guys know, you've worked with me long enough that when there's pitchers with a 7 ERA and a 9 ERA, I look to bet against what everybody else is going to do, which is think that these pitchers are trash when the sample size is not big enough. Now, I'm not saying that that's what you guys are saying with being on the over. I mean, it fits the conditions as well. But that's my first thought. I just think, well, everyone's going to see these ridiculously high numbers, and I would like to bet against that. We have Tolle in the Red Sox at minus 125. This line's not moving towards them. Does that tell you that Mason Barnett is capable of pitching well here today? That's a possibility here. Steve G in the house, great to see you. Wager Detective says Red Sox off tomorrow, then open up a 6-game homestand versus the Yankees on Friday. And then let's go to the all-important cash board. You have 70% of the tickets on the over and 90% of the cash. 90% of the cash. 9 out of every $10 coming in on the over. Has it moved enough, I guess? 13 cents, I guess. We have 61% of the tickets and 54% of the cash on the Boston Red Sox. So there are gamblers that believe either that Tolle's vulnerable or Barnett is live. And I don't need to sit here and try to go up against this, which is something I love doing, obviously. But I don't. It's not necessary. But it's my first thing that I want to do. Take it away for us here. Wine Time, Red Sox Athletics.
Yeah, when I saw this total yesterday, it was a 10.5 at minus 105. I'm getting minus 115, and at another book, I'm getting a minus 125. So we might see 11s hit the board here soon. I mean, hitter-friendly conditions. Both these pitchers on the mound here. 2 teams that could absolutely smash the ball in this kind of weather. I like it. But at the same time, I think I kind of wanted to see it move to 11 already at this point. When I woke up, I thought it would at least be really juiced, and most books still have it at minus 115. You did mention there is an 11 at some spots. So we'll see where this number goes, but I'm going to look at this a little bit differently today here. I'm going to go with a team total here. I'm actually going to go in the first 5. I'm going to add this play right now, and it is going to be the Sacramento Athletics team total over 2.5 first 5 innings minus 105. I think they got absolutely smashed Tolle. I don't think we're going to see probably 4 innings out of him. I think the Athletics are going to get to him early. I think Barnett, I'm not really sure how he's going to go out there and pitch. I think he's going to pitch better than Tolle at least. I think the Athletics are going to smash this guy in the first couple innings and knock him out of the game early. And we're probably going to see the bullpen what might slow this game down a little bit in favor of the Red Sox. But I think the Athletics can pretty much score early in this one in the first 5 innings. I think they can get to Tolle. They have a lot of good – I like the bats in this Athletics team. I swear their record, man, I think it's a little bit better at the amount of money I've made from this athletics team this year. And it's in spots like this. It was very close to making the athletics an official play yesterday. Good thing I didn't. They've been shut out the last 2 games at home here. I think they're going to take care of business. Tolley's never, he's never pitched in this ballpark. It's only his second career start. He's not going to be used to it. Barnett's pitched here once before. He might be a little bit more used to it. And I think he's got a lot less pressure on him because the Athletics aren't really fighting for much in this game. They're going out there and it's pretty much like, give us 5-6 strong innings out of you, show us that you want to make the big league roster next year. For Tolley, this team is still continuously fighting to try to win their division. Shout out to the Red Sox, man. They're playing some really good baseball. I hate to get in the way of them, so I'm not going to get in the way of them. I'm just going to take a team total. I'm going to take the Athletics team total over 2.5 minus 105. I was really close to moving on in first 5 as well, but I'm just going to move on the team total. I think they can score. Barnett, that's kind of my biggest issue in this. Do I think he could pitch well? Absolutely, but I think we have more value on this team total in the first 5 innings. I think they can get to him early and be able to score 3 by the time the 5th inning comes around. So lock me in, Jim. I'm going to add this play. I just made it official on my book. So over 2.5 team total minus 105 for the Athletics.
You are in. A's bullpen pitching really well. Nobody's going to be at Sutter Health Park this afternoon. Nobody. School's back in. Who's going to be there? Travel day for both teams. I don't see why there's going to be a whole bunch of runs here. I don't. If they get in trouble, you go right into your bullpen.
What's the Red Sox bullpen numbers last 30 days, Jim, if you have that pulled up?
3.7. I have it for every team. 3.78 ERA. A's 3.16.
Yeah, so these bullpens probably could slow this game down. I think there's going to be more runs scored earlier on in this game. And probably when these bullpens come in, it's probably going to slow it down a little bit. And we're not going to see too many runs. That's pretty much why I'm moving on this first 5. I just think Tolley's going to be vulnerable today. I think that they can hit him. And I'm not asking him to get a whole lot of runs. I'm just asking for 3 runs here in a hitter-friendly condition day. My whole thing on the total is, I think Barnett could actually maybe pitch decent here today. We'll see. But yeah, team total first 5.
I want the under, and I'm going to bet the under. This is you have 2 bullpens that are very trustworthy. You have pitchers with horrific numbers, but these are very highly thought of prospects, especially Tolley. It's going to be empty. It's a getaway day. I think that I should probably bet it before the line comes out. You know who's piggybacking Tolley? It's Peyton Tolley, Kyle Harrison. So you have lefty. You have an A's team that's not hammering lefties. Kyle Harrison has so much to prove. Tolley's upset about what happened last week after a very nice start against Skeens. You're going to, you have 9 of every $10 on the over.
Yeah.
So,
and it hasn't gotten to at an 11 yet, still in a super hitter friendly condition. So
we could get an 11. I'm looking at.
I think we will, yeah, but I think it should have been there already. I feel like we should have already have seen an 11. For me, if I was going to move on this full game over, I would have wanted to see an 11. If I would have saw an 11 coming into the show at most books, I probably would have moved on it. But I hear what you're saying. Tolley's got to prove something here. It's going to be an empty ballpark. I get all that stuff. I just think there's going to be some runs scored early, and I feel like this full game will go under. So I agree with you on that one for sure. But yeah.
All right, Ronnie Lofton moving on the under 10.5. I'm going to too, but I'm not going to bet it right now. If 9 of every $10, if they show no sign of concern here and leave it at 10.5, well then that's will give me more confidence.
Yeah.
But if they move it to 11, I think that it's responsible to wait a little bit. So that's what I'm going to do.
Ron Lofton under 10.5 minus 102 for him.
I like it. Redbeard, by the way, is on Freddie Peralta over 6.5 Ks at plus 120 is the play of the day. And I'm still looking at that first 3 under 2, but becoming more hesitant with it. In fact, I kind of would almost rather I kind of would rather be sitting with the Brewers. I mean, if all these left-handed bats against Merrill Kelly and how incredible Peralta's been. So I mean, like a first 3 Brewers. I mean, the problem is the VIG starts getting so ridiculous that it's just not.
So what is the number on that
No,
first?
it's not. It doesn't change.
Brewers?
Wow. So it's, that's it. It's, wow. So even with the extra VIG, it doesn't change anything. I'm astonished at that. So, wow, that's wild. That throws me for a loop. Listen to this. I am shocked at that. The Rangers are plus 105 first 5, and the Brewers are minus 125 first 5. So that's 30 cents of VIG. We go to the first 3, so you add 40 cents of VIG. So you add 10 cents, and it all goes on to the Rangers. The Rangers are on the first 3 are minus 110. They go from plus 105 first 5. God, some weird.
That's,
okay,
that's interesting. I'm looking at that now.
Because that's the opposite. I was thinking, well, with all those left-handed bats coming in, it is him that would be more vulnerable. Okay, I think I just leave the Brewers-Rangers game alone, but it's one of those games where I'll be beating myself up, like I did the last time Peralta started. I think it was Peralta-Sanchez, and the total didn't make sense. I was like, it didn't make sense price-wise, and I thought about, it kind of felt like the market's just, opening up their arms to anyone betting the under, and then 2 runs were scored in that game. So I think it could be a mistake there. There's our guy KV Smellgood in the house going to the Orioles game night to see Skeens. Okay, so right now I'm going to be on the full game under Red Sox Athletics, but I'm not going to bet it just yet. Curious to see what happens with the line. A coin has moved on the under 7.5 minus 125. That's a great number that you got. Let's roll on. We have Jose joining us shortly here. Wine time. Arizona Diamondbacks at San Francisco Giants. Oracle Park, San Francisco, California. Another early game. Remember, the Athletics game starts at 12:35 p.m. local. And this one does as well. Oracle Park in San Francisco, California. Let's get into the weather here. 68 Fahrenheit, 6.9 miles per hour out to left center. Gets up to 9.1 miles per hour. It gets heavier as the day goes on. Ballpark Pal has Oracle here at minus 3%. So it's minus 26% home runs, minus 2% doubles and triples, and plus 11% singles. Treek says, would you consider a first 5 parlay Brewers plus 1.5 in the under 4.5? I mean, yeah, that makes sense. But I think you're better off focusing on one bet and betting it. When you start juggling 2 bets in the air, the EV goes down, the cost goes up, and then you need 2 things to happen. It's hard enough to predict one thing to happen. But yes, I mean that it certainly makes sense to me that parlay. But I would rather decide, am I going to think the Brewers are going to be in this, or do I think it's going to be low scoring or whatever, and focus on being right on one of those things personally. Brandon Cummings, respect, my man. Thank you for joining us. It's great to see you as always, my man. OG of the OG low baggers. We have Eduardo Rodriguez, back-to-back beautiful starts. He didn't get me paid in the first one, but he got me paid in the last one. 5.22 ERA, 1.60 whip. Last start he went 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 4 Ks, 2 walks. He was absolutely in control, and he was in control against Red Sox team. Excuse me. Yeah, he was in control against Red Sox team that's hitting lefties. On the road this year, look, his numbers are terrible. There's no way I'm going to give you a number that's not, terrible. Justin McCelvey adding the Athletics team total over 4.5 minus 125 as well. Joining Wine Time on the totally fade. So all I'm going to say is Eduardo Rodriguez was one of the worst pitchers in Major League Baseball until the last 2 starts. And this isn't a rare thing. We just saw Kyle Freeland have, the start of the year for him, that these older left-handed soft tossing vets, and Rodriguez isn't that soft of a tosser, but these guys to start pitching well for whatever reason near the end of the year, we see it. We have Carson Seymour on the other side coming off an 8-2 win at the Cardinals. I cashed on Carson Seymour in the last start against McGreevy. Again, it wasn't that I knew that Seymour would pitch well. It was that the market told us that he was live. The market told us that McGreevy was the one to fade, and I just listened. There was no brilliant capping. It's just listening to the market. He has had one home start, and he's been destroyed at home for some reason. It's very strange, and I think the sample size is too small to get too caught up in it. You know, he's throwing 13 and 2/3 innings at home. He's struck out 7 and walked 8. He's allowed 4 home runs. This is a pitcher who's allowed 8 home runs in 29 and 2/3. And what did we do last start? We backed him, and he didn't allow a home run. You know, not because our X's and O's aligned, just because the market indicated that was the move to make. Lefties hit him very hard. He's looked quite good against righties thus far. And he is going to be seeing lefties nonstop. Perdomo, Marte, Switchies, Carroll. So the first 3. Then you get a righty with Gabe Moreno, and then Del Castillo, then a righty with Alexander, then a lefty with Thomas, Tawa righty, and a lefty with McCarty. So 6 left-handed bats are going to face him. Lefties 314 with an 896 OPS. But the Giants are not hitting lefties, and the Diamondbacks are not hitting righties, and there's no reason why Carson Seymour shouldn't have some confidence here after that impressive start. But he's sees ghosts at home for whatever reason. Giants bullpen pitching well right now, 3.43 ERA. Diamondbacks bullpen pitching okay. Brian Palmer liking the under here. Treek. So again, I like the bet. I think it makes sense, but I don't try to be right on 2 different things, even if you manipulate the line to make it easier to attain. I'd rather just be right on one, especially if it's a minus 120. But it does. Your angle does make sense. Again, you'll hear the term that we use all the time. Are you getting too cute? You know, is it too cute? We know what cute is. Cute sucks. So this total is an 8.5, minus 113 to the over. This opened up at 8. I mean, notice the Tolly Barnett spot. That, opened up at 10, and now that was juiced to the under. And this didn't come available till this morning. So you could say it's a similar move, but you're not going up a full run and juice, and that's what's happened here. And if that's what happened here, I have to think that it is Carson Seymour who's vulnerable and not Eduardo Rodriguez. I know that the Giants have no power against lefties. I know that Rodriguez is feeling himself. I know this is a pitcher's ballpark. And Seymour, if I trust the sample size of his home appearances, he's not looked good. But then he went to St. Louis and looked good. So let's see if the money line correlates with that. Because if it does, I'm going to fire. We have the Cardinals at plus 109. And they opened up a minus 105, so it doesn't correlate that. The market is telling us that it is Erod who is the vulnerable one, and that this is going to soar over, which doesn't really fit with how I want to bet this. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Diamondbacks, Giants.
Yeah, when I capped this game yesterday, I gave out the Diamondbacks, guys. I tweeted out last night, Diamondbacks money line plus 100 here in this spot. You can get a better number available now. Interesting enough, first 5, they're minus 105, so 14 cents difference. Only 4 cents difference for the Giants on the first 5 in the full game for me on this book. I kind of like the over 2, though, Jim. Seeing that it's an 8.5 here in a very pitcher-friendly ballpark. I know Erod hasn't really pitched well this season, but you touched on his last couple starts, definitely been pitching better. Carson Seymour, I think he's going to be vulnerable here today. That was my initial cap here. I think the Diamondbacks are going to be able to hit him. Both these teams fighting for that last wild card spot. Giants, I believe, are 2 games back, and I think the Diamondbacks are 4.5 back right now. So good amount of baseball left to be played. The Diamondbacks have taken the last 2 on the chin here. I think that this is a must-win game for them here. They go into this game. It's a day game, travel spot. Are the Diamondbacks off tomorrow? I believe they are off tomorrow, but I think that this is a must-win game for them if they want to stay in this wild card spot. They got to win ball games against teams that are right there with them, and this is a good spot. You could say same thing with the Giants, though. How huge would it be for them to sweep them here? Same time, I'm going to trust Erod a little bit more here. I'm going to trust the bats a little bit more for the Diamondbacks. Don't have an official lineup out for the Giants quite yet, but I'm going to tell you which lineup I'm going to like better. It's going to be the Diamondbacks, even though they don't have a couple of their hitters. They traded away. This team's still fighting. It's cool to see. I'm a fan of this team. I like the Diamondbacks. I think they take care of business here today. I'm a little bummed I didn't get a better number. It could have gotten a plus 109 now where we're sitting. I might be looking at an over here too in this spot, guys. I want to see what the team total is. Wow. So they gave me a Diamondbacks team total over 3.5 minus 160. They're not even giving me a 4.5. I'm going to have to shop around for that. I might add a team total here for the D-backs as well, because I do think this is going to be a higher scoring ball game. And I think the Diamondbacks are going to be able to put some runs up on the board here at Oracle Park, a place where very pitcher friendly, but I don't know about today. Seeing this 8.5, I think I saw an 8 last night, Jim, in this game, if I'm correct, right?
Yep. Opened up at 8.
I mean, and it's an 8.5. That's just, I feel like that kind of tells you everything we need to know here at Oracle Park when it moves to the over here. So might be on this over. Maybe it's a team total. Maybe we go back over this game after the end of the card, because I think this game isn't until, what time is this game at? 12:45. So maybe we go back over this game and I see if I can move on a better team total. Maybe if I can find a 4 somewhere. I don't really want to move on a 4.5. So maybe I just stick with the Diamondbacks full game. That's what I'm on officially. Diamondbacks money line plus 100. You can get a better number now, though.
Sorry. Can you give me your action again one more time?
Diamondbacks money line plus 100.
D-backs plus 100. So, I don't care that the Diamondbacks are 10 cents more expensive first 5, because there still has been a 5-cent move away from them first 5. So if that hadn't moved, if that had stayed still or even moved towards Diamondbacks, then I would move on the Diamondbacks. Shout out to the chillest in the house. We got Ricky Bobby on Chapman over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. By the way, Coin letting us know that the Brewers are down to minus 116 offshore.
Holy crap.
I mean, that is a twist. That is a twist and a turn, and you already heard TJ on that first 5 over 3.5. So I'm just off that game now.
I'm giddy. Yeah, minus 118s right now. It's moving towards them. And I do think this athletics game is going to get to an 11. I've already seen 11 at one of my books. The other one's now juiced to a minus 120.
I am going to bet against that.
Yeah.
But I am going to. I'm just going to wait. I mean, if I can get an 11, then it's just it's irresponsible to bet it now. Here, I want to be on the Diamondbacks. I want to be on the Diamondbacks. When you look at the numbers of these pitchers, I know that Carson Seymour has allowed, way too many home runs in a very short sample size, but he's coming off of a good start. His numbers overall are better, quite a bit better than Erod's numbers. But the market would tell you, and this move towards the Giants, it's not telling me. Irish King with you on Arizona money line. And then the fact that the Diamondbacks are more expensive first 5, I like that, but it's moved away even at that number, which I just can't. And look at that, 40% of the tickets, 65% of cash now on Texas. Here with this Giants board, I don't know if we talked about it enough, or at least I need to refresh my memory on it. 52% of the tickets are on Arizona and 70% of the cash is on the Giants. 83% tickets on the over, 86% cash on. So again, I know that the opportunities for action are going to come up. This just isn't one of them for me. Wine Time is on the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I am not on this one. And I wanted to be on Eduardo Rodriguez. But again, if you're going to bet the same bet that you bet 5 days ago with the same starting pitcher or the next day, you better have conviction. Because your subconscious is an asshole. Your subconscious is telling you, well, you cashed it yesterday, you're going to cash it again. Feels good to cash, doesn't it? That's the team you cashed with, isn't it? So if you're going to go back to the well, you have to have conviction, because your subconscious is going to get you in trouble. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. 4:07 p.m. Eastern. Minnesota Twins 64-81, 29-45 on the road at the LA Angels 68-77, 36-38 at home with Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California, not far from our Wine Time Sports. Let's take a look at the weather here in Los Angeles. 78 Fahrenheit, feels like 79, 8.6 miles per hour to left center, gets up to 9.3 miles per hour. Let's get into Ballpark Pals expectation here of Angel Stadium, plus 2% overall, plus 10% homers, minus 1% doubles and triples, and minus 2% singles. Taj Bradley, what a mess he's been. This guy we thought was going to be a star pitcher in Major League Baseball. And what other brass, other than maybe the Guardians, do you trust of their evaluation of pitching more than the Rays? They're number one, and they did not want him, which is absolutely wild. 6-7, 4.92 ERA, 1.31 WHIP. We have Noah leaning to the under here. In his last start, Taj Bradley's last start, he went 5 innings, 8 hits, 4 earned runs, 7 Ks, 1 walk, an 11-8 loss at home versus White Sox. I lost that game. I remember losing that game. And his first start was terrible. His second start was really good. And I got caught up in maybe he's trying to, fix the year, give himself hope with the squad. Lefties hit him with a lot more power than righties. It's not that big of a deal, but it probably should be mentioned. And again, you have a lineup with 0 lefties. So that helps him. This helps Taj Bradley. They have Jose Soriano on the other side. Again, it's not brilliant capping. It's the market told us that something was screwed up in this baseball game that he just played. He was at home. He'd been pitching phenomenally well. The lines didn't make sense. And sure enough, he gets lit up and smoked. 8 earned runs over 2 1/3. At home this year, he's Jekyll and Hyde. Sometimes he's the best in the business. And other times he looks like a AAA pitcher. 15 starts, 50 earned runs, 82 Ks and 41 walks, 265 opponents batting average. And righties hit him harder than lefties. It's a pretty, the lineup is set up pretty nice. Righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty for the Twinkies. So you're going to get a little of everything. These teams aren't hitting. Twins versus righties, 216, 664. Angels versus righties, 206, 650. These bullpens are trash. So what are we going to get? Are we going to get the bounce back start from Jose Soriano? And I'm going to go, one time's talking, I'm going to go over all the times he's been lit up and destroyed and see what happened on his next start. And are we going to get a nice start from Taj Bradley, who gets the opportunity to pitch to a lineup full of righties? So let's take a look at the line history here for the spot. We have the Angels. Oh, shit, sorry, that must be first 5. Sorry, let me go over 5 full game. We have the Angels right now at minus 129. It's a very fishy number. But I guess if you look at the whole body of work in the year in totality, Jose Soriano's got an ERA over 4. He's not been great or even good. He's been serviceable, average. So maybe we can explain it a little bit. I'm very interested to see the first 5 difference. Can you open with that? Tell us the first 5 difference. And then
first 5 difference right now. We've got the Angels at a minus 133 full game. As we look at the first 5 innings, minus 135 in the first 5. So a 2 cents difference towards the Angels in the first 5.
Wow. That's wild. This total has not moved. It's a 9. It's not moved at all. This opened up plus 101 to the over, minus 115 to the under. It's now plus 100 to the over, minus 112 to the under. So then can the cash flow kind of lead us into the right direction here? 66% of tickets and 84% of cash on Minnesota. Wow. I can understand the bigger bets, but then you have 93% of tickets on the over and 95% of cash on the over. Look, this could be a 1-1 game going into the 7th inning and could go over because these bullpens are pitching so poorly right now. So if you were looking at an under, you'd want to look early and you'd want to look, in a first 3 variety or a first 5, but I would prefer the first 3. This is a 9, so this first 3 should be very high, and it isn't. It isn't. This is very low, extremely low. For a 9, it's minus 110 to the under 2.5.
Wow, I'm getting even money, minus 2.5.
Wow. I think this is a first 3 under loading. Take it away one time, Twins, Angels.
Yeah, I made this play last night, guys. I gave out the over 9 at plus 100. Woke up this morning. I saw it got to minus 110 at some points, and now it's back down to minus 105 at that same book that I'm looking at right now. I think there's going to be a lot of runs scored here in this ball game. Guys, I'm a big fan of Soriano at times. he's got really good stuff. He's got to work on some mechanics, I think, this offseason. He's got to avoid throwing as many balls as he does and as many batters as he walks. That's where he gets vulnerable because all it takes is a big fly with a couple people on base. One thing he has been able to do very successfully is that ground ball rate. The Angels lead major leagues in turning double plays this season, one thing that they lead in. So he's definitely had that behind him. He's had good defense behind him at times. To me, this just seems like it's going to be a hitter-friendly day at the ballpark. Seems like to me it's weather. I mean, right now I woke up this morning, it was, I think, like 65. I mean, right now it's like 75 and it's 10 in the morning over here and it's really nice. I can't imagine what it is in Anaheim. It's probably 85 right now already because it's about 10 to 15 degrees, a little bit warmer out there. And I just think there's going to be runs scored. I think both these pitchers can be vulnerable. I don't like that it hasn't moved. I wanted to see this get to like an over 9 minus 115. I kind of figured that with the weather. Hasn't really done that. So it does have me a little bit worried, but this game isn't going to go off for 2-3 more hours. So this line probably isn't going to change too much. It's probably going to stay at this 9. You mentioned it, these bullpens. I don't trust either of these bullpens, especially the Twins. And the Angels are still trying to win some ball games. You know what I mean? I don't know how much they're actually trying out there, but they put a lot of runs on the board yesterday thanks to quite a few mistakes and mental errors by the Twins out there. I think there's going to be runs scored in the ballgame. We didn't see the Twins really do their fair end of the share yesterday. I think they're going to be able to score off Soriano. Kind of like the Twins here in this ballgame, plus 125, plus 123, plus 120, depending on where you're looking. I like that. Even their team total over 4.5 plus 115 looks like good money to me. I think they're going to be able to hit Soriano. Soriano's, I think, more vulnerable at home, if I could remember. I'd rather back him on the road. And this just seems like both these pitchers can be vulnerable today.
What about this angle? Taj Bradley, LA kid. He's had one start in LA in his entire career against the Dodgers. He's never pitched against the Angels at home in LA. So he has the one start. It was last year. I am surprised at that. But, he had the one start last year and he gets touched up. His friends come, his family comes. He's going to have friends and family there. He's already done this before and got hurt. I like that.
It's going to be an empty day today at the ballpark, guys. Like, I'm expecting like 8 to 10,000 maybe in attendance today. It's going to be dead. It's a day game. It's Wednesday out here. Everyone's at work. People don't really realize that there's a game going on in Anaheim right now. So this is going to be an empty day. So maybe there's not a lot of pressure for him to go out there. He might have a majority of the attendance with his family and friends there. So,
yeah. And then Soriano, he's been lit up and smoked several times throughout the year. The very first time he allowed 5 earned runs or more, he came back and threw a gem. Yeah. 1 earned run over 7 2/3. The next time he allowed 5 earned runs, he pitched okay, allowed 3 earned runs over 5 innings. Then he had a great June. This guy was rolling in June. And then July against Boston, he allows 7 earned runs. He comes back and throws an absolute gem. 1 earned run over 7 innings with 12 strikeouts. Then on June 27th, he allows 8 earned runs in 4 innings. Comes back and throws an absolute gem. Doesn't allow a run over 7 innings. Next time, his very next start, he allows 5 earned runs. So what happens start after that? A gem. 1 earned run. Then on August 5th, he allows 7 earned runs. What happens next start? He shuts out the Dodgers. Then he comes back. He allows 5 earned runs against the Athletics. What's he doing his next start? He shuts out the Rangers. This is a first 3 under. Book it, cash it. I'm going to bet it.
I like it.
So I'm going to get in on this now here. So we have wine time on the over 9. I'm going to be on the first 3 under 2.5. And it's extremely expensive. It makes no sense that it would cost this much. None. Robert Franklin on Angels money line. Bookie buster play today for DC Capper is the San Francisco Giants. I want to make sure that I get this one in. And I wonder how long I want to wait for this total. I'll figure that out in the next game. I'll figure that out. So let's roll on. My man. But that concludes afternoon action. So that concludes all the afternoon games. So in review, I'm leaving that Brewers Rangers game alone. I'm going to be on the full game under in Red Sox A's. We have wine time on the A's. First 5 team total over 2.5. And Justin moved on the full game team total over 4.5. Then wine time on the Arizona Diamondbacks. So he's going up against DC Capper in that one. And then wine time on the over 9 at plus 100. I'm going to be on the first 300, 2.5 in Minnesota, LA Angels. Yeah, Coin. Look, it's been very costly dealing with 365. I've recognized that. There's not much, but still succeeding despite the extra juice I'm paying. But it's irresponsible for me to move forward in this capacity, so I'll be changing that here. Yes, Trip Carroll. Books are moving against the Brewers, and we are surprised. Quite surprised. Okay, there we go. Let's roll on. Yeah, Trip, there. It's moving against the Brewers. Brewers got down to minus 116, although a few minutes ago, and that is a surprise with all the left-handed bats the Brewers can throw at Merle Kelly. Let's roll. 6:35 p.m. Eastern. We have the Pittsburgh Pirates 64-81, 22-48 on the road at the Baltimore Orioles 67-77, 34-38 at home. We're at Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. Let's take a look at the weather here. We have 70 Fahrenheit, 4.4 miles per hour in, dies down at 4 miles per hour. Let's see what Ballpark Pal has for Camden. Oriole Park minus 19%, minus 1% overall, minus 19% homers, plus 6% doubles and triples, and plus 5% singles. We have Skeens versus Tyler Wells. We already set up Tyler Wells. We have not seen him for 15 months. His last start was June 14th. UCL revision and internal brace augmentation procedure, or Tommy John plus, I guess you call it. So let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have a 7 now. So look, it's no surprise. This is more expensive. I guess it's the exact same price now as the Peralta Kelly. That's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. The over 7 in the Milwaukee Brewers game at 12:25 p.m. was minus 108. 12:27, a 9-cent move to that over 7. It's come back a little bit. Here with Skeens Wells, we have the over 7 at minus 114. This was a 7.5 juice to the under, and it's just been one-way traffic towards the under, and now we have a 7 here. Absolutely, Justin. Jose will definitely send that to you. He's about to jump on with us. He's just waiting to see him pop up in the studio. From a cash flow and if there's something wrong, if we don't see Jose or anything like that, I'll send for sure. The cash flow for this Pirates Orioles interleague spot: 53% of the tickets are on Pittsburgh, and 67% of the cash is on the Orioles. 90% of tickets on the under, and 89% of cash on the Orioles. So Wells looked awesome in his rehab assignment, but he didn't look unhittable. I don't want that. I just want him to look really good. That's what he did. 2.49 ERA, 1.11 whip, 24 strikeouts and 6 walks, over 25 and a third. That was across 6 outings during his rehab assignment. Then he comes back on September 2nd, so he's had 8 days off. He went 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, no walks, and 6-2 win at the Padres. Then we have Skeens, the monster. We cashed with him, and we've been cashing a lot with him lately. And I wasn't earlier in the year, but I have been lately. He's had 15 road starts. He's allowed 23 earned runs. His splits are phenomenal. Lefties have a chance. Righties don't. Let's take a look at what this lineup is that's going to be facing him. He's got going up against lefties: Holiday, Henderson, Cowser, Basallo, Beavers. There's 5 lefties. Again, lefties have a chance. Righties don't. That is for Skeens. And then Wells, we can go over his splits. I'm very hesitant to do that when someone's been gone for 15 months and possibly added a little bit of velocity after the Tommy John. The Pirates aren't hitting righties. The Orioles aren't hitting righties. This is a much more appealing first 3 under to me because these offenses are so stale. Take it away for us, Wine Time, Pirates, Orioles.
Yeah, Jimmy, you know me. It's rare that I move on Paul Skeens games this season long. I don't really put too much time into it when I cap it. But, I mean, if I had a lean in this game, I would probably say the Baltimore Orioles plus 136 doesn't look too bad. But, I mean, I'm not mad at the under either because I don't like either of these offenses and both these pitchers on the mound. I mean, we're going to see how many innings do we expect Wells to pitch today, Jim? Did you go over that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's – I mean, they're not going to push him. They're not trying. This is just kind of to get him comfortable and confident and go into the offseason. So I if he pitches into the 6th inning, I'd be surprised. I don't think he'll go any deeper than that.
Yeah. It'd be Orioles and under or pass for me. I'm not going to end up moving on this game. Don't have a lot to say about this one, but I will say, I mean, this could be a good lineup for Tyler Wells to pitch up against. There's no one in this Pirates lineup that really scares you by any means. Paul Skeens, I mean, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. I mean, he's probably going to win the Cy Young. We'll see by the end of the season, but it's a pass for me. I wanted no action for me in this game. Sorry to be short on this one.
This first 3 keeps getting more expensive. It keeps getting more expensive.
And the Athletics, sorry to interrupt, Jim. The Athletics are now plus 106 right now. So they're moving down a little bit. And total did move down a little bit, Jim. Actually, it's back to minus 115 at the over on the 10.5. And my other book moved it back to a 10.5 at minus 125 to the over. So, yeah, I mean, I think I wouldn't be mad at this full game under in that Red Sox Athletics game.
Yeah, and I'm going to be betting that. I'm going to get my action in as Jose's going to be with us shortly. I'm going to get my action in and send it in then. I'm going to be on the first 3 under 2 here. I'm going to be on the first 3 under 2.5 Minnesota, Los Angeles, and I'm on the full game under in Sacramento. Let's roll on. And TJ got under 11 at minus 115 at the exchange. Wow. Jeez. Shout out to Cedars in the house. Spooner says Skeens hit 410 with 11 home runs his freshman year. They should give him a bat. Oh, he's fine. Let's not worry about him and his life. His life is pretty good. 6:40 p.m. Eastern, Kansas City Royals 73-72, 33-37 on the road at Cleveland Guardians 74-70, 37-33. When he went against Tolley, they should have both hit.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, they should have both hit. These guys are just spectacular athletes, man. We have Luinder Avila as the primary. I was hoping to ask Jose about the young man out of Caracas, Venezuela. He's made 4 appearances out of the bullpen, and he looks really good. Now, Jonathan Bolin is the opener. Excuse me. This is the first time he's actually opened. And Lex Steele saying rainy weather in Baltimore. Really? I didn't. Jesus, I hope not, because this is the Swish telling me 0% precipitation. That's a crucial thing here. I can't have.
Let me check.
Guys in a. Okay, yeah, I've got no rain.
I've got no rain. I've got clouds.
Yeah, I've got no rain. Okay. But still, if there's a fear of that, let us know right away, and thank you. So we have Luinder Avila and Jonathan Bolin. Bolin 1-2, 3.57 ERA, 1.13 WHIP. He's part of this very excellent Kansas City Royals bullpen. As this team doesn't hit, they have the pitching that's kind of kept them in this wild card race a little bit. Going up against the Guardians, who are heating up. Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's get into the weather here in Cleveland, Ohio. 73 Fahrenheit, feels like 72, 7.3 miles per hour in, dies down at 4.4 miles per hour in. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Bolin and Avila against Logan Allen. Now, Avila did get touched up in AAA. Oh, and you say Venezuela out loud. We have our producer ready to rock. Now, we've got to be very kind and loving to him. It was a tough night for him, and as his country did not deliver for him. But we are a bastion of positivity. And when you're down, come hang out with us and cap the card. Let's do that right now. So without further ado, please welcome from our home studio in San Antonio, Texas, at Southtown 101, the backbone of Pub Sports Radio, Jose Bouquet to the telecast. Jose, how are you?
I'm nonplussed.
Yes, I imagine that. And it wasn't necessarily what happened with Venezuela. It was more, I mean, it was obviously not the result you wanted, but it was more the shock in the game that you needed to come through. Is that right?
Yeah. No, I knew as soon as I looked at the line with Pete that I was fucked. So yeah, I was nonplussed. I took a 2-mile walk after that game. I was pissed.
But I'm
Still
talking.
am.
It was the Brazil. Was it Brazil Bolivia?
Yeah.
And that is the line you're speaking about.
Yeah, Brazil was plus 130 to win that game. I was
Brazil,
like,
that's nonsense.
yeah, so
That's absolute nonsense. You're absolutely right. So you could see the writing on the wall.
yeah, so I was furious. Yeah, I was furious, and I still am. We're a country of choke artists. This is what we do. We just a bunch of fucking chokers. This is what we do. So it's great.
So speaking of chokers, that would lead you to believe that Luinder Avila of Caracas, Venezuela, won't deliver today.
No, none of us do. We never do. When the pressure's on, we all fold. I mean, look at my last week of 2 weeks of gambling, 3 weeks of gambling, folded up like fucking flapjacks. Fucking Venezuela sucks. We can't win the WBC because we choke in the 8th inning like fucking pansies. This is what we do. Choke artists.
Well, you're amongst friends and family now, Jose. So we're gonna talk about the sport you love so dearly. Forget footy, man. We don't need to talk footy. Let's talk baseball. Bolin and Avila for this Royals bullpen that's looked very good. He's made 4 appearances out of the bullpen. 3 have been spectacular. 1 has been rough. He's gone 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, no homers, 7 Ks, and 1 walk. And I have his BR here because I was doing a deep dive on young Luinder Avila. This year in Quad City Single A, did a few starts or barely pitched there. He moved up to AAA. AAA got 9 starts. He pitched in 14 games. He threw 53 and a third. Now he struck out 61, and his whip was pretty good. But he did get barreled at times. He allowed 7 home runs. He allowed 31 earned runs and 53 and a third. He only allowed 48 hits. You would think that he wouldn't allow as many home runs, but I guess, he got barreled, or when he would get barreled, it would, mess with his head a little bit. But it's Bolin to Avila. Going up against Logan Allen, the lefty, 7-11, 4.46 ERA, 1.44 whip, 139 in the third, just 109 strikeouts. Coming out 4-2 loss at the Rays, he got us. It hurt. 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 of which were in 4 Ks, 2 walks, and I lost money on him. 15 games played, 14 starts at home, and he's been starting to pitch really well at home. And he didn't get off to a very good start, but he's been pitching very well. And, regular splits for a lefty. Righties hit him 278, 785 OPS. But the Royals don't hit lefties. And the Guardians don't hit righties. And the Royals bullpen has been the best in Major League Baseball over the last 30 days. And the Guardians bullpen's been a very consistent group. So that's what we are dealing with. The weather, 73 Fahrenheit, 7.3 miles per hour, index down at 4.4 miles per hour. And then Ballpark Pal has Cleveland, has Progressive Field plus 1%, minus 7%, homers plus 7%, doubles and triples, and even on singles. And we have this as an 8, minus 108 to the under. Open up minus 106 to the under. I would like to see a bigger move towards the under. From a money line standpoint, we have a pick 'em. This opened up minus 108 for Cleveland, went to minus 104. I do think that is fishy. And I think that the Royals are live here. I think this is likely a low-scoring game. But I would have liked to have seen this move or become more juiced towards that under. We have no information on the total. We know 53% of the tickets are on KC and 67% of cash is on Cleveland. Jose Bouquet, our first game on the board, Royals Guardians, take it away.
Yeah, I'm not on this game. I didn't, or I guess still don't need to watch these guys at least pitch once or something to see what we're going to get from Luinder, whatever his name is. So I'm off. Bobby Witt's back, so maybe you can feel better about betting on the Royals and their porous offense. But their numbers are still just not that great, right? Numbers against lefties from the 17th to today. Let's update that real quick. Kansas City Royals are 25th, 75 weighted runs created plus there. And Lewinder is a righty, which I obviously knew. But it really doesn't matter because we all know Cleveland is terrible righty, lefty. It doesn't really matter. They're 29th, 71 weighted runs created plus against them. So I'd probably lean under in this game. Bullpens, I'll tell you guys right now. Royals, pretty rested, ready to go. John Scribner, I still can't say his name. 6 pitches, and Angel Zerpa threw 19 pitches. They are the only guys that threw yesterday for them here. And for Cleveland, Kate Smith threw 17, but the rest of the bullpen's ready to go. So I'd probably lean under.
Yes, I lean under, and I also lean Royals. But I don't know if I have to do that. Let's hear from Wine Time. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, guys, this was one of my plays I made official last night as well. And you touched on it, Jim. I would have liked to see some more movement towards it. I'm on the under. I got -110, though, yesterday on the 8, -105 in that same book right now, -108 on another, -105 on another. So you can pretty much get a better number everywhere, which I don't really like. But when I look at both of these two squads, I always think of just under when it comes to the AL Central, especially these two teams in general. And both these teams are both fighting for that spot. It seems like the Cleveland Guardians were going in the wrong direction about a week ago, and here they go, just start winning a bunch of games. They're going for the sweep here at home against the Royals here. Both these teams fighting for a playoff spot still, man. That last wild card spot is up for grabs, the last one or two. So it's going to be interesting to see if either team gets there. Royals, I don't necessarily think will. The Guardians still do have a chance. I think that both these pitchers are going to – Bowen's going to obviously go out there and probably give us 1 to 2 innings. We'll see how the starter does after him. Logan Allen, he's a guy I like. I think he could pitch well here in this spot too. I just don't like that this moved down. I mean, the over is an 8 at -115 now, so don't like that it's moved away from me. It's just 5 cents, but I still like the under here. This game did go under yesterday, went way over the total in the first game, and both those totals, I believe, were 7.5. So now we're finally seeing an 8 here. I think that this goes under. Whenever I look at these two teams, I generally think under, and I think that's what's going to happen here. So give me the under 8 -110 official play. Made it last night on Twitter.
I agree. So let's discuss then why is this not getting more juice? Because at this point, I don't even know if I need to bet it because it's not becoming more juice. Is it not becoming juice? Let's say because Logan Allen has very pedestrian numbers. Very pedestrian numbers. Who's good? And then what they're saying, a bullpen day. Now, I think the Royals bullpens. We know the Royals bullpen's been excellent, but you look at Bolin, you take a look at Lewinder, Avila, and you think, it's pretty pedestrian.
Yeah, that's what they're telling us, obviously, here, because we saw 7.5s in both the games, and now we've got an 8 after this game went under the 7.5 yesterday. I believe it did, at least. Yeah, it was a low-scoring game yesterday. That's like I said, I wish I would have seen movement towards the under. I wanted to see like a -120 to the 8 to the under. When we got on live here today, it's seen it at -105. Don't necessarily not like it still because, like I said, I generally, when I think of these two teams, I think of the under. I just think I don't really trust either of these two offenses here. And I do trust both these pitchers. I guess the Royals, this guy's only going to go 1 or 2 innings. Is this going to be a strictly bullpen day for the Royals? Is that official, Jim? There's not going to be a guy that comes out and throws 5 or 6 after him?
I think they're going to give Avila the chance.
All right. Well, I think he's going to rise to the occasion here then, guys. I think this is going to go under. I'm on the under 8 -110 here. Lock me in.
I'm not going to bet this right now. But I'm very interested in moving on. But I want to see something. I can explain if we don't see it. But I'd rather have the market kind of sit around for longer. We're not even getting cash flow information. Yeah. Jose, is there anything you want to touch on in this spot?
No, but I'll mention that I am doubled up on the Oakland A's or whatever A's, I guess, now. And my boy Peyton Tolley. Kyle Harrison, the primary of this game, according to RotoWire. I did expect a piggyback situation. And The Red Sox have told you everything you need to know about what they think about Kyle Harrison. The entire, all of the reserves were brought out before Kyle Harrison, and Kyle Harrison is still not starting this game. Connolly Early pitched yesterday in front of Kyle Harrison because they don't trust him. Peyton Tolley, who I love dearly, only has one pitch because he's pitched like maybe 200 innings of high college pitching and major league professional baseball. He maybe has 200 innings pitched in his life. So I am taking the Oakland A's full game money line. I am also taking the Oakland A's team total over -145. It's disgusting, but my over 4.5 doubled up there. The Red Sox have a gigantic series next time up against the Yankees. They fly.
But that's not tomorrow, right?
No, I think they fly tomorrow to New York. I forget. I'm pretty sure it's in New York. I don't remember. They set up their rotation for that series as well. So you catch me betting the Red Sox every game in that series. But yeah, I think, and plus the A's have been shut out in both games in this series. Yeah. Come on. So I think the pitching just kind of falls back into place here for the Red Sox. Peyton Tolley goes 4 innings. Kyle Harrison goes hopefully 4 innings, and then they try to just save the bullpen arms for the next day or whatever, Friday, I should say.
Yeah, I moved on that first 5 team total over on the Athletics, Jose. So I'm right there with you. I think more so they're going to score early in this game rather than later, though. But I moved on the first 5 team total over 2.5. It was -105. It's getting a little bit. I saw -110 pop out now at a couple of my books, so I do like that. But we'll see. But yeah, I'm with you.
So that's your only action from the early games, Jose?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me those? Sorry, let me set this up again. Here, can you give me those numbers again? A's team total over 4.5 was at what juice?
Well, -145.
And then the A's money line?
+105.
+105. Yes, Dabby Cab gave a winner out on the show yesterday, Vladdy. And today he's on Yordan Alvarez. Same game that we have a spreadsheet play today. So we'll be discussing all of that here. Okay, so what are the A's against left-handed pitching? I've got their last 30 days, but give me last 15 days.
Let me tell you right now, from the 25th of August to today, the A's are it's Atlanta, 24th, 85 weighted runs created plus, and 186 plate appearances.
Yeah.
I just think it's tough when you have one pitch. It's just that's what the Diamondbacks, and I heard a podcast, the Diamondbacks last time were especially prepared for Tolley because they scouted him during the trade deadline, and they were like, "Oh, are we going to trade for this guy?" Blah blah blah. So they kind of knew what was coming from Peyton Tolley, and they were ready for fastball. And I think it's pretty easy. Just he's going to throw you a shitload of fastballs. Just be ready for one. So I'm a little worried about that.
And we have our friend Turnbuckle Tommy talking about the numbers that they have against Logan Allen. They've seen him a lot. So Bobby Witt hits him very hard. So does Garcia.
I'm looking at the lefties that the A's have struggled against. So obviously early 5 innings, 11 Ks. We just talked about that yesterday, or we mentioned that. Garrett Crochet dominated them. Too good to decent lefties. We'll see what early is, but Crochet obviously very good. Mitch Ferris, whoever that is, 6 innings, 2 earned runs. Yusei Kikuchi got touched up, 2 earned runs, or 2 innings, 7 earned runs there. Librador, 5 1/3, no earned runs on September 3rd. And on the 25th, they got to Scooble, but it was 1 earned run, 6 runs total.
Huh.
So some pretty good lefties in that group.
Yeah.
That day. Scooble, I guess they got to. I just didn't. I don't know what the error was or whatever it was, so I can't tell you. But Kikuchi, a good lefty. Scooble, a good lefty. And now they've seen. This is going to be the 3rd day of seeing lefties. 3rd consecutive day. So if you can't hit them here, then I don't know what to tell you, Oakland.
And you were absolutely right, Tommy. Thank you very much for letting us know that all the guys that attack Logan Allen are in this lineup. You got Grichuk, who's in the lineup batting fifth. Perez hits him fourth. They're going Garcia Witt 1-2 because they destroy Logan Allen. I think but we're not getting moved to the Royals either, which tells us that those Bolin Luinder Avila combo might not be too strong. So I that might just end up being a stay off spot. Jose, let's roll on, my friend. I still want to get my action in, but everything is fine. I am looking at that under 11 though. It's in a price range that I can deal with. -124. We have Washington Nationals 16-84, 31-42 on the road at the Miami Marlins 66-79, 32-41 at home. We're at Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. Jake Irvin 8-11, 5.71 ERA, 1.44 WHIP, 157 2/3, 104 Ks, 57 walks, 33 home runs. His last start, he went 3 1/3, 5 hits, 7 earned runs, 2 homers, 2 Ks, 4 walks, and 11-5 loss at the Cubs. On the road this year, 16 starts, 58 earned runs. Opponents hitting 282 against them, 20 home runs allowed, 13 at home, 20 on the road. And lefties are just pulverizing them. 285, 897 OPS. Lefties are getting to him in a big way. And, Edwards, switch hit from the left-hand side. Then you got Marcy, and then 2 righties and Hicks, Johnston, and Mesa. So you'd probably have a lineup that can menace. We have Yuri Perez, 6-5, 4.66 ERA, 1.10 WHIP. He got destroyed in a loss versus the Nationals last out. Destroyed, 7 earned runs. Got hit extremely hard. Both allowed 7 earned runs in their last start. But again, that was on the road. And Yuri Perez has been untouchable at home. He's allowed 8 earned runs and 6 home starts. He's yet to allow a home run. He's allowed 11 home runs on the road and 0 at home. Opponents hitting 150 against him. His splits are very good. The Nats are hitting righties right now, 278, 799 OPS. So are Marlins, but with no power. And the Nats have a big bullpen advantage. The Marlins are the worst bullpen in Major League Baseball here. So let's roll here. Oh, we have the Discord link here as well. So let's roll on. So let's roll on. Sorry, Dabby Cab, who are we talking to?
I don't know.
Look, I was they put a winner with. I hope is that me?
I don't think so.
Okay. No, it was a fucking banger, man. And now you got Yordan Alvarez today. I mean, I hope. Okay. All right. Who are you talking to, Debbie? If just so I know that it's not. Okay, so that is the situation here. Let's get into the line history, and we have. Sorry, move over here. A line history wise, we have. We have the Marlins right now -147, opened up -158. So we have a move towards the Washington Nationals from +142 to +135. When we get to the total here in this one, we have, we have an 8.5 -113 to the over. Open up a +101 to the over. 14 cents of movement towards the over. Oh, okay, because I get everybody's action. So Jose sent me his action, and I saw Vladdy, and Vladdy goes 3 for 5. It's beauty. Then when we get to the cash flow here for the Nat spot, we have 64% of the tickets, 65% of the cash on the Nationals, 56% of the tickets on the over, and 51% of cash on the under. Here we go, Mr. Bouquet. Marlins Nationals, take it away.
Yeah, I wasn't very interested in this game because the Nationals were being bet pretty. I wouldn't say pretty heavily, but it's the more popular bet, I guess. And I don't love betting it's not, I guess, public per se, but it's a popular underdog here today. At the very least, the line movement is going in that direction, minus 158 to minus 147. But again, if you have, where was it, 60% of the bets and money, 65 and 64 to be exact, on the one side, I'd want it to be moving that direction. So I lean Nationals here. I don't really think the Marlins should be this big of a favorite, even though Yuri Perez dominates here. He could go easily 6 innings, 7 innings of domination, and they still lose this game. So I'd lean Nationals here, but it's just, a little bit too popular. I don't know, too public, whatever the right word is, but nothing for me.
This is, the spot to back Perez. Everyone's going to see. Now, the first time did they get to him in Washington? I mean, he's just a different pitcher here in Miami. He knows what he did wrong. He knows how they got to him. So the line move against him, 10 or 11 cents, that doesn't bother me.
It should with that. I mean, the money, I'd hope so. If it didn't, then that's the bigger concern, yeah.
But it doesn't.
At the Nationals last time out, 7 earned runs. But
yeah, that was just last start. But I think they were saying that he's been there twice.
Yeah, he went to second start of the season, was at the Nationals, 4 innings, 1 earned run. You know me, Jimmy. I believe in the zigzag.
Soriano scratched in LA.
Wow.
Damn it. Thank you, TJ. I haven't got my action in yet.
Our boy Jose Urania starting.
No. Oh, thank you, Sports Investor, saying that too. Huh. Damn it. Because I think Taj Bradley. Now I want the Twins. I think Taj Bradley's going to pitch well today. I'm nervous saying that out loud, but again, maybe I should leave that alone just because, going back home to pitch in LA. Okay, but I gotta fade Urena. Okay, so I gotta wait and see what happens with that market. I want Yuri Perez. I think anybody, the cappers will look at this, go, Nationals just tagged him in his last start, destroyed him, and the line doesn't make sense from a win-loss standpoint. Marlins are 9 games under 500 at home. Nationals are 11 games under 500 on the road. Oh, and TJ just bet the Twins at plus 117. That's a nice number. Spooner says this total seems low with these two pitchers. It does, an 8.5. You would think that it would just get hammered to the over. The problem is that I can't ever trust Jake Irvin. Ever. I'm going to have to sit with this one longer. I'm very interested in the Marlins and the Perez bounce back. Should he be this big of a favorite? We have the Skunt Blaster in the house. Skunt Bag play of the day. Athletics first 5 money line in the under 11 SGP at plus 260. The Skunt Blaster is spoken. Okay, I'm going to have to study that more. I mean, what number should... Because that's a pretty big number, right? This team just tags them for 7 earned runs, and then everyone's looking at minus 150. But then you have to back Jake Irvin. I'm going to have to stand with that. All right. We move on. Next up for us, 6:45 p.m. Eastern, the New York Mets, 76 and 69, 31 and 42 on the road at the Philadelphia Phillies, 85 and 60, 47 and 23 home at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
This is an excessive line, too.
I'm looking forward to talk about this one. Let's get to the weather here to get us started. In Philly, 72 Fahrenheit, 6.6 miles per hour in, dies down to 4.1 miles per hour. Ballpark Pal has Citizens Bank Park minus 4% homers, plus 1% doubles and triples, and minus 4% singles. Shout out to Kristen Hess in the house. Kristen, let's get this cash. We're talking Mets, Phillies. Let's get into the line history here. We have the Phillies and Christopher Sanchez at minus 158. Opened up minus 163. The way the Mets are hitting lefties right now, this is a tricky cap. We have a 7.5 at a pick'em. This opened up an 8 and dropped at 7.5. And we get to the cash flow here. Justin Mcelvy says Phillies clinched the division yesterday. God, I missed that with football. Did they have a big celebration? Anybody?
I'm not sure. I didn't see that.
Were bottles popping, champagne party? Probably.
I didn't see. I saw them toasting champagne, but I thought that was for Kyle Schwarber hitting 50 home runs. So they definitely had a glass of champagne, but they weren't popping bottles, I believe, like that.
70% of the tickets here. So let me get this again. We have.
And I saw. Did you guys see that Soriano got? He's not pitching.
They just told us that. Yeah.
Crazy. Well, who's pitching now for the Angels?
Urethra on the mound.
Oh, wow.
How many holes do you think he has?
TJ still. Several. But TJ's already moved on the Twins plus 117. I mean, what a buy. 70% of the tickets, 76% of the cash on the Philadelphia Phillies. 83% of tickets, 68% cash on the under. We have Clay Holmes, 11-7, 3.61 ERA, 1.33 WHIP. His last start, 4 2/3, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 of which were earned, 6 Ks, 3 walks, 6-2 loss to the Tigers. On the road this year, he's not been very good. Now, he's only allowed 4 home runs, which is very good over 71 2/3, but 273 opponent's batting average. 76 hits over 71 2/3. His splits are very good. Going up against Christopher Sanchez, who just shut down the Marlins. He's only allowed 20 earned runs in 12 home starts. Splits are very good. But the Mets are destroying lefties, 295, 896 OPS. And the Phillies are smashing righties, 286, 816 OPS. And both bullpens are bad. Now, I'm not going to – no, we don't think they're bad overall. But their numbers, the Mets are bottom 4 in Major League Baseball last 30 days, and the Phillies are pedestrian 4.16 ERA over the last 30 days. I know that they have quality arms in there. It just doesn't seem to be delivering. So here we have a spot where I'm not going to say that the market's wrong. It comes down to that. I'm not ever going to be like, no, the market doesn't know what they're doing. If this stuck at 8 and didn't move or even moved a few cents to the over, I'd bet the over. But if it goes from 8 to 7.5, I'll say, okay, market says it's going under. I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to get in the way of it. Let's hear from Wine Time Sports, Mets Phillies.
Yeah, this is a tough game here, man. Christopher Sanchez, he's been pitching extremely well this season, guys. This guy's right up there for a Cy Young candidate this year. He's really taken over for this pitching staff. They're going to need to pitch healthy going into the playoffs as well, especially with Wheeler not being there. Got Holmes on the mound on the other side here for the New York Mets. Mets got to get a game here eventually, man. They're heading in the wrong direction, man. They might lose that final wild card spot if they're not careful. Phillies running away with the division. As Spoons touched on it, though, they're still fighting for a home field advantage throughout the playoffs. They've got to keep winning games here too. I feel like it's a must-win game for both these teams, and it was a game I really didn't want to get involved in. But if I was going to move on something, it would probably be Clay Holmes and the New York Mets. Maybe even an under spot and an under 8 here, but I think more so just because there's more value here with the Mets. You're getting plus 140 with a team that they've got to get a win here, man. It's nearly pretty much 100 cents difference between their plus 1.5 and their plus 145. I think this is going to be a close game, low scoring game. We're seeing totals at 7.5 right now to the under at minus 110 right now. I do believe that this probably game goes over and the Mets can hang tight. I'm not going to make it official. I've got so many plays today in baseball already. Didn't want to make this one official. So nothing for me in this game, but my lean is towards the Mets at plus 145 currently sitting.
Jose Bouquet, your plan of attack.
I honestly thought this line was pretty high. Like minus 175 was, probably 25 cents higher than I would have expected it. I expected like minus 150, but with that, I ended up staying off. The Phillies pedigree has led them to this damn division, and they don't even have their best pitcher on the bump. So I'm off here. I've been kind of down on Clay Holmes, especially at the end of the year, because I expected him to wear down a little bit, but he's been pitching fine. So no action for me to keep it short.
I would love to fade. I'd love to bet the over, but I'm not going to. It's too bad. I would love to, but again, I think you have to respect the books here. The funny thing about Urena, I want to touch on this here. with the switch from Soriano to Urena is Urena has this unbelievable skill of pitching well as soon as he moves to a new ball team. And he just did again. He threw 5 innings, didn't allow a hit. It's uncanny. It ends. Does it end at start 2 or start 3 or start 4? It ends every time. But it's uncanny. I'm not just going to immediately bet the Twins, first 3 or first 5 right now. I want to sit with it and sit with Urena and see what the market has done and things of that nature. So let's roll. Let's roll on here because my card is not coming together as I had initially expected. Spooner says 76% of the cash on Philly, and you can get the Phillies cheaper now than open. Yeah, you're right, Spooner. It's intimating that Clay Holmes is going to have a good start, and so is the 8 to 7.5. And I just, or is it saying that Clay Holmes is going to? Well, it is because it's gone from 8 to 7.5, but it's also saying that these Mets bats are electric against left-handed pitching. So I'm going to sit with that one longer. Let's roll on. Next one for us here, we head to Yankee Stadium, the Bronx. Tigers, Yankees. Tigers 83-62, but just 4 games over 500 on the road. Yankees 80-64, 13 games over 500 at home. Take a look at the weather in Yankee Stadium here. We have 71 Fahrenheit. Feels like 70, 4.4 miles per hour in, dies down to 3.9 miles per hour. Let's get into the Ballpark Pals expectation of Yankee Stadium. They have minus 2% overall, plus 2% homers, minus 13% doubles and triples, and plus 3% singles. We have Flaherty versus Carlos Rodon. Taking a look at the total here to get us started. We have an 8.5 juice to the under at minus 112. This opened up at 8 juice to the over, and it took some time, but it got to 8.5 about 11:30 this morning, and that's where it is right now. So it's a move towards the over. From a money line standpoint here, we have the Yankees at minus 164. They opened up minus 163. Not really a move towards them. The line not too big, the opening line either. That's too bad. TJ says both of these guys are going to get rocked. Detroit crushing lefties. No team in Major League Baseball hitting lefties as hard as the Detroit Tigers. The numbers were so high, I had to double check them. We have 81% of the tickets, 79% of the cash on the New York Yankees, 54% of the tickets, and 52% of cash on the over. Why is there not more? It's surprising. Jack Flaherty's not been very good this year. 4.85 ERA, 1.30 whip. Coming off 7-5 loss at home versus the White Sox. He went 4 1/3, allowed 6 hits, 4 runs. He's allowed 22 home runs on the year. The interesting part of all this is that 15 have come at home and only 7 on the road. He's been better on the road than he's been at home, but still, even there, despite allowing just 7 home runs, opponents are hitting 270 against him. Lefties hit him harder than righties. Lefties have power numbers against them. Righties really don't. Not crazy numbers. So you have Judge and Stanton and Volpe are the righties. The rest of this lineup is going to be lefties, which does bode well for the Yankees. Then you have Carlos Rodon, and this is the tricky part of all this. I mean, at home, opponents are hitting 145 against him. He's been lights out. He's allowed 39 hits in 78 2/3. That's nuts. But the Tigers are hitting 320 with a 938 OPS versus lefties the last 30 days. And the Yankees are hitting a 240 with an 827 OPS versus righties. The Tigers' bullpen's been very good, while the Yankees' bullpen has struggled enormously. TJ saying both of these guys get rocked it's appealing. It's appealing to focus on the starting pitching, maybe an early over rather than a full game over, or both. Jose Bouquet, your Yankees in play. Take it away.
My Yankees. I honestly lean under in this game, and I was gonna say fixing to bet the under. Jesus, Texas is fucking rubbing off on me. But yeah, I'm leaning towards the under, and I do kind of want to move on it here. Where we used to play poker at, interestingly enough, opened this up at an 8.5 and now down to an 8. Penny
really?
showing
They've gone the opposite way.
Yeah, Penny showing the opposite of that, which is always interesting to see how they do that. But yeah, it's an 8 right now. Show is where the anonymous capper works as well. That's also an 8. And I think that, if you look at both of these starting pitchers, you probably think over in this game. I expected there to be much more over money in this game. It just feels like a, oh my God, they're giving us an 8 in Yankee Stadium with Jack Flaherty and Carlos Rodon. Both of these numbers, like everything kind of screams over in this game. But I do lean under in this game, thinking that both of these guys can shove, thinking that after the Yankees bullpen shits down its pants yesterday, they can fix that and get right back to it, playoff, whatever atmosphere kind of game. Again, 54 and 52% of the money on the under, or on the over, excuse me, makes me think that people are betting this under actually. So I am going to be on the under in this game probably.
So just so I understand here, you have Rodon's spectacular season at home to trump the Tigers' bats against lefties, and Flaherty to step up in a, Yankee Stadium. Is that that's it?
Yeah, and I think that the Yankees' bats are clean up against shitty teams, and I think they do most of their damage against bad pitchers. And I think Flaherty's not great, but I think he can get the job done.
All right, I've got everything set now. My action's in, so only 2 bets, but I'll go over them in a second. So what should the, if you're looking at a 8, which is what I'm looking at right now at 365, minus 120 to the over, plus 100 to the under. What should the 4.5 be, Jose?
I'm going to say minus 125 to the over, probably.
It's plus 105 to the over.
There you go. Yeah, I will. I'm looking. I was trying to find an 8.5 to bet, if I'm being honest here. But yeah, I think under is going to be my play in this game officially. Just like to see what I can get real quick.
So let's compare that to another 8 at almost the exact same line. That's Tyon Sale. It's minus. Oh wait, sorry. That's not almost the exact same line because this one's juiced to the over. Sorry, I need one juiced to the over, so it's more like the Bolin. Okay, so over 8 minus 115 to the over in Bolin Allen. So that then their first 5 should be somewhere around there, and it is. It's minus 105 to the over and minus 115 to the under. So they do expect these pitchers to pitch well. That's interesting. Wine time, take it away.
Yeah, I think that both pitchers could pitch well in this game, too. This wasn't an official play. I mean, this game went way over yesterday thanks to one. It was, I believe, like an 8 or 9 run inning that the Tigers ended up taking over the game late. I think it was like in the 7th or 8th inning. But I think that this game goes under. I think both these pitchers can actually go out there and be serviceable today. I'm getting an 8 right now at minus, let's see right here. I believe it was, to the over at minus 120 and to the under at plus 100 right now for the 8. I'm not going to move on it just because, I fear a couple of these bats in both these orders that they could, it takes the long ball there at Yankee Stadium with a couple people on base to get this over. So there's nothing I wanted to make official, but I like the under here at plus 100. I think that's good value. Maybe even the Yankees team total under 4.5 minus 120 kind of looks good too, but it's going to be a pass for me, but lean towards the under.
So interesting. I want this. I want for the Yankees, I want them to go up against a team that gets hit harder by left-handed bats. Because I know that Judge and Stanton will get theirs. I need the assholes at the back of the lineup to have a chance to get on base. And that's what this gives us. It's funny. And TJ's right. He said they would have a 4 if they expected them to pitch well with a total of 8. We see that in the sale start. But that reason why I looked at the other one, because that one is juiced to the under. No, I'm on the other side of this from you guys. Are you guys making this official? Is this
No, not official. Not official for me. Maybe I'll look back over this game. Maybe I move on it, but I've got, I think, 5 plays going or 4 right now, and I still want to add another 1 or 2, and this isn't it. There's a couple other spots I want to hit. So nothing official for me as of right now.
All right.
I'll make it official even money for me, 8.
Okay, so we have an official for Jose. Under 8 at plus 100?
Yeah.
All right. I want to take a different direction on that. And I'll need more time to study it, but I am very seriously leaning towards first 5 over. Our next spot on the board, we head to Toronto. We've heard from Dabby Cab and Ron Crawford. Let's start with Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day is in. And it is your Toronto Blue Jays. And Dabby Cab is on Yordan Alvarez over 1.5 total bases at plus 106. The Blue Jays in the Rogers Center where they're 46-24. Astros just 500 on the road, and now the Mariners just 1 game back. You have Jason Alexander going up against Jose Barrios. So I don't want to do this in baseball anymore. I just want the numbers to do the talking. And we know well enough. We know the sport well enough. If something makes sense or it doesn't make sense, or they're opening up their arms to something. But Jose Barrios is the only starter I've ever heard of who's never missed a start in his career. Wow. He won't make the Hall of Fame, but if he did make the Hall of Fame, it'd be the first thing they'd say about it. Now, he is vulnerable to stay as one of the 5 starters. He is getting too much time in between. And his numbers, when he has 6 or more days off between a start, are horrific. And yes, I think it's in his head. So here, his last start was September 2nd. And he couldn't get through 3 innings. He couldn't get an out in the 3rd inning. Now he had a bunch of bumbling idiots behind him. So there was a bunch of unearned runs. But this is an issue for Jose Barrios. It's always been an issue for Jose Barrios. And if you faded Jose Barrios every time he got 5 or more or 6 or more days off between starts, you'd be laughing. Be calling people asshole for no reason. You'd be slapping strangers in the ass. And I want to do this.
Slap strangers in the ass?
And fade Jose Barrios here. Now, I get it, numbers-wise. You know, there's time. He's just not pitching well right now. It's not movement. It's not anything. I think it's all up here right now because he's getting what he doesn't want, and that is too much rest. Now, Brian Palmer says, I can't do it. Tried to get with the Astros yesterday, but bullpen blew it. Well, we don't have to worry about the bullpen. We can take Jason Alexander and trust him. Now, is that a dangerous thing to do? Yes. I know that, you know, we have multiple teams that he's been on this year, but the road is the road. And the road, he's been pretty good. You know, 211 opponents batting average, 29 2/3, only allowed 24 hits. But we know Jason Alexander, and this is a problem. This is why the Blue Jays are such a dangerous team, because you find out where are the numbers that are poor for this pitcher, and the Jays can put up a lineup accordingly. And, you know, they just have depth in that regard. And for Jason Alexander, lefties are destroying him. Righties aren't hitting him. Lefties are hitting 282 with an 896 OPS. So you have Nathan Lucas. Varsho is being just killing right now. Barger, Loporfido, and Jimenez. You're going to give 5 lefties at him. That's very helpful. For Barrios, it's the other way around. He's getting lefties out. It's righties that are hitting him pretty hard, 798 OPS. Now, the Astros aren't hitting righties, but here you have Pena, Altuve, Correa, Caratini, Switch will hit from the right-hand side, Walker, Diaz, and Myers. The only lefties you have in the lineup are Sanchez and Yordan Alvarez. Now, the Astros aren't hitting 227, 658 OPS. The Jays are 258, 779 OPS. Also, this is it here for us to have the roof open. This will be one of the last chances. It does start getting cold at night. So, again, I can't promise you that the roof is open, but we all expect the roof to be open tonight. 70 Fahrenheit at first pitch, 4.1 miles per hour to left field, dies down at 2.3. Again, it sucks that we can't guarantee it, but I do very much expect this roof to be open. It's a beautiful sunny day. It's warm enough. We have minus 3% overall, plus 1% homers, plus 5% doubles and triples, and minus 7% singles. When we get to the cash flow here for this one, we have the Blue Jays minus 138. I think that's suspicious. It has moved 9 cents towards the Blue Jays. If Jason Alexander is so vulnerable, then the line doesn't really make sense, or the opening line doesn't really make sense. This total is a 9. This opened up plus 102 to the over. Now it's minus 111 to the over. I think both of these pitchers are vulnerable, and I want to attack. I think this is an over baseball game. It's a very, very high total. Let's get to the cash flow here. For this one, we have 50% of the tickets, 90% of the cash on the over. Is it moving? Yes. Do you want it to move more? Yes. 60% of the tickets, 70% of the cash on Barrios. Barrios is a problem. I'm telling you, this is not something that they've just learned about him with rest. It's something that's affected him his whole entire career. This guy's never missed a start. He's always got the same routine. Now the routine's out of whack, and he's thinking about it. Wine Time Sports, you've had a great read on the Jays this year. Take it away.
Yeah, when I capped this game yesterday, I was very close to pulling the trigger on the Blue Jays, and I woke up this morning to a pretty similar line to what I could have gotten last night. It moved a little bit towards them. I think only 3 or 4 cents on my book, but kind of kept me off them. I wanted to move on the Blue Jays here in this spot, but you touched it on the total. I do think both these pitchers are vulnerable. I kind of want to move on the Jays team total over 4.5 minus 110, what we're getting right now. To me, that looks like good money. This was one of the spots I wanted to attack with you guys that I didn't officially move on last night, but I'm glad I didn't move on the Blue Jays because I would have liked to see more line movement towards them, but we're seeing that towards the over because this was an 8.5, a little bit juicy over. I think it was around minus 115, minus 1. Right now, we're getting a 9 at minus 110. It's whether I want to pull the trigger on the full game over or the Blue Jays team total over. I mean, do I think the Astros are going to be able to do their part off Barrios? Maybe. I'd like backing Barrios at times this season. Not a lot of people like the guy, but I don't know. I've been a Jose Barrios fan this season at least. He's made me some good money being on him in spots with the Blue Jays. And the Blue Jays are just playing so much better baseball than the Houston Astros right now. It seems like the Astros are about to fall off and not even make a playoff spot, which I could see happening. I mean, there's a lot of baseball left, maybe the Rangers, and it comes down to the Rangers and the Mariners in that division. So it's going to be interesting to see. My lean would be the Blue Jays, but I more so want to make the play on the over team total, 4.5 minus 110. That or the full game over 9 minus 110. I want to hear what Jose has to say about this game. Maybe I attack this one.
Yeah, I'm off. It's just I don't trust the Astros here, and maybe this is all leading towards an over here. But I don't like Barrios, like Jimmy said in these situations. You laid it out pretty eloquently there. The Astros bats haven't even been that great, so I've kind of gone back and forth with that aspect as well. Just touching on the market one more time, there's 50% of the bets and 90% of the money on the over. So some big sharp action on the over, it seems. Probably lean in that direction here. Maybe I'll kick myself later for not moving on this and not having the courage. But it's like I don't trust either starting pitcher. The Astros bullpen showed you last night why it can't be trusted late. It was a 3-3 ball game. Still at the end of that inning, I think they ended it not at 10. I don't remember, but it was 3-1. They tied it up 3-3. And it obviously wouldn't get us there today. But I just think it's susceptible, and I don't trust the Blue Jays bullpen either. Just to give you a number real quick from the 17th to today, bullpen ERA wise, Toronto is. I've got to keep scrolling it. Even 15th at 4.21 ERA, a 5.01 xERA, and same thing with Houston right there as well, 4.39 ERA as well. So I just don't trust either bullpen. I don't trust either starting pitcher. So it feels like it should be an over, but no gumption over here, it seems. Maybe I'll move on it later in the show.
Sorry, I was putting this out now. I'm set with this. I'm gonna. You know what? If I'm about done with my gut and X's and O's, and I'm about done. So I am though going to fade Jose Barrios. I'm going to fade him here. So I'm going to look for a first 5 plus a half. And I've got my action in. Those are the two bets here. Spooner says in the last 7 games, the right-handed starters, the Astros have a combined 9 earned runs versus starters. Aces like Dollander, Hendricks, Tanner Gordon. Oh no, I get it. I get it. They're not hitting righties at all. The problem is that this has just happened year after year after year after year after year with Barrios. The situation that's obviously in his head. And, I'd be curious to see what happens with this, but I mean, could he come here and shove because I'm getting cute with my analysis? Yes. And I want to stop getting cute with analysis. I only want to focus on the numbers. If I was focusing on the numbers, though, it would tell me that you fade Barrios when he's got 6 or more days off. And I like Jason Alexander. And I do fear what the Jays can do to him. And, you could say that both pitchers are vulnerable. So this is going to be a spot I invest in. It'll be a first 5 over. It'll be a full game over. The roof's going to be open. It's beautiful. I need the roof to be open, though. So I'm not going to bet this right now. And the Astros first 5 plus a half. I mean, what should the price difference be? First 5. Should there be a price difference? And the answer is yes, right?
I was about to say there should be, but I don't think there will be.
Well, here at 365, the Jays are minus 140 full game, and they're minus 135 first 5.
Yeah, it makes me feel like Barrios is vulnerable. But yeah, I'll wait. I'll sit and wait with you on this bet. I agree, though. I think this is an over.
Yeah, I might move on this as well, guys. This is I put question marks next to this one, so I haven't moved on it yet, but I'm looking at this full game over 9 minus 110.
Oh, are you going to move on it over 9 minus?
Not quite yet. I'm still looking it over. We'll see here.
Hopefully, we get news about the roof, but and obviously, what
it's got to be open. I mean, it's hot.
Hey, Spoons in the chat, can you go ahead and call the Rogers Center and ask them, and see, make the call for us, Spoons?
Oh, this is definitely it's warm and it stays warm. So I think the roof is open for sure. I think this is the last little bastion of over weather. All right, let's roll on. That's going to be a spot I invest in. We have Dabby Cab on Jordan Alvarez and Ronnie Crawford on spreadsheet play day being the Blue Jays. 7:15 p.m. Eastern, our next spot on the board. Chicago Cubs 82-63, 38-35 on the road at the Atlanta Braves 65-80, 35-36 at home at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. We have Jamison Taillon rejoining the Cubs rotation, strained left groin. He did have one rehab start at AAA. It was last Thursday, 6 days ago. He went 3 2/3. Allowed a couple homers, allowed 3 runs on 6 hits. He struck out 6, walked 1 through 68 pitches. So you would imagine that there's some concern about how many pitches he can throw. We got Matt Olson over 1.5 bases at plus 120 here. And question about whether or not Kirk's expected to be in the lineup. He's expected to be in the lineup here today. So on the road, Taillon has had 10 starts. He's allowed 30 earned runs, 15 home runs on the road, only 8 at home. That's always sort of been his MO. Righties hit Taillon much harder than lefties, though. And that's, very important here that, knowing that righties crush them. You want a team that has a bunch of righties in the lineup. And you don't get that here. Righties hitting 278, 10 OPS. Now, Profar is a switch. So you have a righty and then a lefty and then a righty and Albies. And they're going lefty, righty until you go righty, righty, righty for 7, 8, 9. So that should be decent. That should be a decent lineup to attack them. Then you have Chris Sale. He's had 7 home starts. He's allowed 10 earned runs. Guy's been incredible. 36 hits in 44 innings, which again goes back to how good Rodon's numbers are at home. If you imagine that 36 hits in 44 innings is Sale, and Rodon's got like 38 and 70 innings or some shit. Cubbies are not hitting lefties, 216, 695 OPS. Braves aren't hitting righties, 230, 696 OPS. And the Cubs bullpen's pitching okay. The Braves bullpen's pitching absolute trash terribly right now. When we get to the weather here in Atlanta, we have 79 Fahrenheit, feels like 85.7 miles per hour to center, dies down at 4 miles per hour. Ballpark Pal has Truist minus 1%, plus 1% homers, minus 6% doubles and triples, and plus 2% singles. We get to the line history. We have the total here at 8. 7 and 8, slightly juiced to the under. Overall, it's taken 4 cents of movement to the under. Very little. And why would that be if these teams aren't hitting? It's probably because Tyon's coming off the IR, you would think, because Sale's been so consistent at home. This line is moving towards the Braves, minus 155 to minus 173, 18 cents of movement. And you would think that it'd be much, much more expensive for the Braves first 5 than full game with how bad their bullpen's been. So I'm looking at minus 185, full game here at 365. And then on the first 5, a minus 190. Just 5 cents difference. So maybe it isn't Tyon that's vulnerable. He's not coming off of an arm injury. He's coming off of a groin injury. So maybe we need to trust Tyon and bet the under. We talked about the 8 juice to the over in the Yankees game and how that's a 4.5 first 5. Well, this is a flat 4. Not flat. I shouldn't say that. I said, well, it's a 4 because there's no hook on it, but it's not flat with the VIG. It is minus 120 to the over and plus 100 to the under. Here we go. Yeah, you can't. 365, you'll just get screwed. It's terrible. The lines are terrible. It's 15-cent difference. Oh, it's 15-cent difference first 5 at Circa. Interesting. Only 5 cents here. All right, let's roll here. Jose Bouquet, your old friend Chris Sale on the bump. What's your plan?
I plan on sitting on the sidelines and watching. I do lean over in this game as well. I guess I just don't love the returning on the IL, and then Chris Sale is his second start, I believe. So just don't love all those things. I think this price minus 175 is crazy, though. I will say that. I think should be again minus 150, but I'll stay off, as you said earlier, Jimmy. I'm not going to pretend like I'm smarter than the books and all that good stuff. So I stayed off, and the fact that this opened minus 156 and gone up to minus 170 at penny, it's just, maybe the Braves roll, maybe they do the damn thing, but I'll stay off.
So what do you think the books are implying here? If you're saying you're not smarter than the books, what are they telling you and what do you not want to mess with?
It feels like Tyon gets touched up. It feels like it will be like a 6-0 ball game. Something like that. I haven't looked at the total movement, so I shouldn't put a firm number on it, but it feels like Braves roll here. And I just think this price is crazy. And it seems like it's crazy for a reason.
So you think it's way too expensive for Sale against Tyon because the Braves are a game under 500? I mean, the Cubs are only 3 games at home. The Cubs are only 3 games over 500 on the road. I think it should be more. I think it should be more expensive. I want it to be more expensive.
It's going to keep going up, allegedly.
Wine time, take it away, Cubs Braves.
Yeah, I kind of like the under here in this spot, guys, when I cap this game. I think that both these pitchers could pitch well. And I saw an 8.5, I believe, yesterday. What are we seeing right now? We are seeing 8s right now, minus 115 to the under. I mean, we know Chris Sale's probably going to go out there. I'm going to assume he's going to throw maybe 85, 90 pitches, absolute max. I mean, the Braves aren't really playing for anything at this point. I think he'll give us 6 strong innings. It's kind of at that point, the bullpen, we'll see how they do. And the Cubs, James Tyon, how long is he really necessarily going to go out there as well? I do think he can pitch well. This is probably a good lineup he can face in the Atlanta Braves. This isn't an Atlanta Braves lineup that should scare anybody. This is one of the most inconsistent lineups in baseball we've seen this year. They had a lot of hype going into this year. Do think they'll have a better season next year. They're a little more healthy, but as far as this game goes, yeah, I'm seeing the Braves at a minus 175 at one book, a minus 185 at another book. To me, I think that's priced appropriately where it is right now. I would say probably minus 175 is a little bit closer, but Chris Sale's been pitching really well this year, and I think this is a good lineup you can go out there and face. The line's kind of telling us. We're seeing a total of 8 here, but it is 2 good pitchers on the mound if you look at their numbers. So I wanted to move on the under here. I still might. I have it circled. We'll see if I end up moving on this. I want to kind of wait and see when the lineups get posted and see where this goes. If this gets like a minus 120 to the under, I'm going to like it even more. But yeah, I'm leaning towards the under here. I think both pitchers can pitch well. I think Chris Sale can pitch really well against the Chicago Cubs lineup. I think kind of the line's indicating that.
Yeah, I just wish it was more expensive first 5.
Yeah, what am I getting right now? I think it's only like a 5 to 10 cents difference, I think, on the first 5 for me. Let me just pull that up really quick and make sure, because one book was giving me a minus 185 full game, and this other one's giving me a minus 174. What is this? Where is this? Damn, why could I not find this? Oh, there we go. Yeah, 5 cents difference right now. So minus 190, actually 15 cents difference, minus 190 on the first 5, but I probably would have liked to have seen a minus 200, I would say, in the first 5. That's probably a little more appropriate. So maybe that is a little fishy. But at the same time, I think that tells you that James Tyon could pitch well, that both these pitchers go out there and pitch well.
Huh. I mean, is there a chance that the Braves don't get to Tyon here?
Oh, for sure. I don't see him. I see them scoring maybe 4 runs in this ball game. This is like a 4-2, 4-3 type of game. I think it's going to be low scoring. I think Chris Sale can give you 6 innings, probably 1 earned run baseball. The bullpen. What's the bullpen last 30 days for the Braves, Jim?
Horrific.
Yeah, I mean this is a horrible bullpen that the Braves have. That's the one thing I don't trust is in those final 3 innings. Are we going to be able to get some good baseball from them? I'm not too sure. That's my only worry really in this game. I think Chris Sale is going to be fine. I think both these pitchers should be fine. James Tyon probably goes 4 or 5 innings here. And this is a good lineup for him. Like I said, Braves are pretty inconsistent this year offensively.
Okay. Well, I want the first 3 under 2.5. I think it's expensive. It might be I might be better off betting the first 3 under 2. Which I don't want to do, but I might do. The first 5, Braves first 5 minus a half. I just need. I think Sale's going to shove here.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, maybe I'm better off just taking the Braves -1. But you can't trust the Braves at all. You can't trust their bullpen at all. All right, let's roll on here. But I'm moving on this game, because I think Sale's bet on. And then hopefully Peter Loshak's angle of a pitcher coming off the IL who's not coming off of an arm injury, hopefully that is beneficial. I also kind of like when a pitcher, has 6 strikeouts over 3 2/3, but he gets tagged for a couple homers. He's just trying to pick some spots and work on some pitches. I don't need them to be elite in that warm-up spot. And TJ just bet Chicago first 5 team total under 1.5. I get that for sure. All right, let's roll on. Next spot on the board, 7:40 p.m. Eastern, and it's a tricky one with not a lot of information. Tampa Bay Rays at Chicago White Sox. I mean, we have Griffin Jackson as an opener, so we know that he's trash, but he's not the issue here. He's not going to be in there for more than an inning. He probably gets touched, while he's out there, but that's not the issue. The issue is Joe Rock, the left-handed primary. He needs to be looked at here. And then, of course, White Sox are hitting lefties very hard. Well, not with a ton of power, but 274 with a 744 OPS is not bad. This is a second-round pick in the 2021 draft, He's 25 years old, just turned 25 years old. And, the Rays, no pitching. And this guy was in Durham last year for a full season. And he looked pretty good. He looked a little bit better this year. He is, I think a sneaky lefty who's probably going to be hard to get to, but the White Sox are raking lefties. That is a problem. We don't know who is pitching here for the White Sox, and I don't want to get too into, Burke being listed here. Is Burke being listed at the books?
I'm have him listed at all my books right now. I think someone put in the chat about an hour ago too that he got announced as starter. But
okay, good. Okay,
yeah.
Well, that makes things easier. All right, let's take a look at Berkey, and let's take a look at his last few starts here. He's had a tricky season. 6'6", 240-pound Burke. He's just getting touched. He's not comfortable out there, and they sent him down, to the minors. He hasn't pitched in the show since August 16th. He had one of his last 5 starts. He made it to 5 innings. Just as consistent. Now he's not getting, taken to the woodshed. In his last start, 3 2/3, he did allow 2 earned runs. They were solo shots. So then we have to go to his minor league game log. Jose, could you pull up Burke's minor league game log?
Sure.
So Burke is going up against Joe Rock. And Jose, take it away.
Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I'm pulling it up. My bad.
Yeah, no worries. Again, the White Sox are hitting lefties hard. Their bullpen is back to being horrific. Barely better than the Braves bullpen. The 2 of the worst bullpens in Major League Baseball. And the Rays bullpen starting to pitch well again. And even if Griffin Jacks is terrible, you trust the brass here for the Rays. I didn't touch on the weather, which is important. So let me just touch on the weather and the line history while Jose's getting up the game log for Burke in the minors. 75 Fahrenheit. That's what it feels like. 5.1 miles per hour in. Goes down to 4.1. Gets up to 4.6. When we get to the daily stadium report here, we have rate field at 0%, plus 12%, homers minus 13%, doubles and triples, and even singles. Nate Dogg, 420 in the house. Great to see you.
So
And then-
3 starts for Burke.
Yeah.
6 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 7 Ks, no walks, 2 home runs allowed there. 1 1/3, 4 earned runs on the 28th of August.
Wow.
And 5 innings, 8 hits, 4 earned runs, 4 Ks, 3 walks in his first appearance. His last appearance is on the 3rd.
And what was that very last appearance? Sorry, I don't want to mix that up.
6 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 home runs, 7 Ks, no walks.
Okay, so that was quite a bit better.
Yeah, quite a bit better. Home runs, whatever, but 7 Ks, no walks.
I mean, the volatility in this game is insane. I would like to think, from that heart and soul side of things, and that you go down to the minors now. But then the thing is that you're coming up to Rate Field in front of 1,000 people. It's not. It kind of twists that thing. You want to be in the show so bad. What? So you play in front of 1,000 people against the Rays in Rate Field. Jose, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, obviously we didn't have a pitcher, so I didn't have many thoughts. Jimmy, if I'm being honest, I just want the Rays to get back home because we talked about it and how we were trying to be ahead of the market, and I quietly watched every one of those games, and all of them went under. One pushed the under, but the Rays ballpark in the afternoon or the night is an under palooza apparently again. So I'm hoping that we can bet that at some point, but obviously not today, so I'm off.
Wine Time Sports, your plan of attack.
Yeah, guys. I mean, I had to lean towards the Rays here. I mean, I like Sean Burke. It's kind of surprising if they sent him down. He wasn't pitching that horribly. It looked like he did get the walks a little bit under control in his last start from what Jose said. I feel like has been an issue for him at times when he starts getting a little bit vulnerable, when he starts getting wild out there. Is this price appropriate? Maybe because Griffin Jacks has been getting lit up and he's not a very good pitcher. Rays got the win yesterday, 5-4, and this went over. I think this game goes under. I think we can expect both these pitchers to at least pitch better. Both these lineups, the White Sox lineup is a AAA lineup. The Rays do have some guys in there. I like their 1 through 5 with Simpson, Yandy, Caminero, Lowe, and Lau. Outside of that, nothing too worried about them. And I think that their bullpen's only going to get better as September goes on. The Rays I don't think they're going to make that last wild card spot as much as I want them to. They're still not out of it. We know Kevin Cash is going to demand that they still play their hardest each and every night. This is a game that they pretty much need to get. This is the second worst team in all of baseball, and the Chicago White Sox. They need a sweep here. They need to take care of business against the White Sox, get back home, take care of business there, see where your cards are from there. But at the same time, I think that both these pitchers could pitch decently well, and we can get 5 solid innings out of these guys, and this game goes under. I have this game circled. I'm really close to moving on this under 8.5. It is juiced at -120, but I think we might see 8s here pretty soon. So that being said, I'm pretty close to pulling the trigger on this under. This is the play that I really want to make. So we'll see if I get there. It's just kind of been limited information going into this because I didn't know who was going to be the starter for the White Sox last night. I heard in the chat that it was Burke. Seeing this line, is this a little, I don't know. It's a little bit tough. So I'm going to stay away from his side, but this under 8.5 -120 seems like good money. So I'm pretty close to that.
I have interest in joining you.
I have not moved on it yet, though. I want to definitely recap this game and hear what you guys say.
And Jax is only throwing 1 inning, right? They're not trying to make him a starter.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I think Griffin Jacks will be a starter next year, if we're being honest. But I'm off this game, yeah. So we'll see.
So I guess when it comes down to it, would you say, Wine Time, that it is Sean Burke that's the most vulnerable pitcher on the mound today?
I would think so. I don't know, actually. So this is going to be a bullpen day, so we're not going to see, like, Griffin Jacks is only going to go 1, and we're going to see the bullpen from there. Is that what the plan is?
Yeah. Well, no, Joe Rock is the primary.
Okay.
That left.
That's interesting. What's this difference on? I haven't even looked on the difference on the first 5. So the Rays full game right now, I have a minus 134 compared to the first 5. They are a minus 130. I don't know. That's tough. I mean, White Sox just a plus 110 on the money line right there. I think neither of these pitchers are going to be vulnerable today. I think we're going to get 2 solid starts out of them today. Total first 5 under 4.5, juice the under at minus 120. Probably would have liked to see a 4 there if we have a total of 8.5 juice to the under, but I don't know. That's a little bit difficult. So I like just the full game under. I'm going to trust that the Rays bullpen, whenever they take over the game too, they can pitch well. And hopefully, the White Sox, we can get a solid, strong start out of Schomburg. Hopefully he can go 5 innings. It looks like in his last 5 games, he really hadn't gone the distance and didn't really look like he got hit too hard. But I mean, I guess he did. He was giving up hits and walks, but his numbers didn't look horrible. So it's a tough spot sideways, but I'm going to take the under full game, I think. I'm not going to move on it quite yet, guys. But I'm pretty close to it.
I'm very close to it too. Aubrey says if it's a bullpen day, why take an under? I love unders on bullpen days. It gives your manager so many options. You can set it up properly. Jose, what are the Rays doing against right-handed bats the last 30 days? I would have the stat, but I don't have it up because I didn't know who was pitching. This is Rays first right-handed bats last 30 or 15, whatever you prefer.
From the 25th of August to today, the Tampa Bay Rays are 15th, even 100 weighted runs created plus. If you want to expand the sample size to the last month of August to today, Tampa Bay is 16th, 101 weighted runs created plus. So
my problem here is the White Sox bullpen. Like I'm going to be sitting in the 7th inning, and I can lose this in the 7th inning or 8th inning because we know that the Rays sticks can work, and they're sitting here at 500. I mean, it wouldn't be crazy for them to put a little push together here. I mean, they're sitting with 18 games left in the season. So I'm hesitant, but I do like the under. It's a sleepy nonsense game that nobody cares about. And I do like the Rays as well. So Turnbuckle Tommy says, again, no price difference between Rays full game and first 5. And so they're thinking that Burke is less vulnerable than this Griffin Jacks Joe Rock combination. So I'm going to study it longer, but I do have interest. Aubrey, something just out of interest for you, and I haven't done it this year because I track everything and learn from my lessons, but when I would fade bad bullpens on bullpen days, I got destroyed. It was crazy. And I talked about it last year and the year before, and now I don't do it anymore. But my ROI was horrific because for whatever reason, these bad bullpens on bullpen days, you can't put the pitcher in the right situation to succeed, even though they have pretty weak surface numbers. So, but I like the Rays bullpen, so that doesn't affect me. And I did like the White Sox bullpen 6 weeks ago. Lucas Ryan says, did anyone move on the Brewers first 5 over? Yes, TJ did. I believe he made it official. TJ, Lucas Ryan. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, 8:40 p.m. Eastern with the Cincinnati Reds, 73-72, 33-38 on the road at the San Diego Padres, 79-66, 44-26 at home. We're at Petco Park, San Diego, California. Again, you know what screwed me? And I said that to you guys in Andrew Abbott's last start. I was like, the market's telling us that Abbott's vulnerable. And I bet the full game over 9 with you guys. But then I said, because I think I put it into the show, I said that it's the first 5 that we should be attacking with these 2 pitchers with minuscule numbers, and yet it's moving over. How this game didn't go over is beyond me. I think 8 runs or 7 runs were scored in the first 4 innings, and yet we pushed our full game over, which was bullshit because we were right. On the road, Andrew Albert, rest in peace. Andrew Albert, the comedian in Canada. Rest in peace, Andrew Albert. Andrew Abbott, last start 4 2/3, 9 hits, 5 earned runs, 1 homer, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and a 5-4 loss at home to the Mets. On the road, he's only allowed 22 earned runs. Yeah, they had 9 runs through 4 innings. Okay, thank you, TJ. Jesus fucking Christ. How did we not? Ugh.
Was that on Friday?
Yes.
Yeah,
you were on it too.
Yeah, it was 5-4 final. Yeah, it was bullshit.
Yeah. But thank God we didn't have 9.5 because we got in early. It was moving.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, so we have Andrew Abbott, who's looked a little more vulnerable of late, but he has, been better on the road than he's been at home. But I mean, that's no surprise. Cincinnati, Great American Ballpark's an offensive spot. Going up against Slick Nick Pivetta, he looked excellent at the Rockies in his last start. It was a 3-0 loss, though, because Freeland shoved. At home this year, he's only allowed 24 earned runs in 15 starts. But he's got the Carlos Rodon kind of home numbers. He's allowed 54 hits in 90 and a third at home. And that's unbelievable. Reds versus righties, 243, 735 OPS last 30 days. Padres versus lefties, 232, 705. The Padres bullpen, most consistent bullpen in baseball, 3.28 ERA. And the Reds bullpen, 4.38 ERA. Good luck, Eric, my friend. Good luck. It was very strange to see the line move towards the Rangers. And we'll be cheering all you guys on that moved on that game. So let's get the weather here at Ballpark Pal and set this one up. We're almost done the MLB card, and then we have spots that our guy Wine Time has picked out. 4 spots. 2 of them we've talked about already, but we want more on it, so it's going to be great to discuss. And I've moved. On your card, I've made 2 bets already. I've moved on Monday night, so it's going to be fun to talk about them. Here, weather-wise, we have 74 Fahrenheit, 8.4 left to right across the diamond. Dies down at 6.5 and slightly in. When we get to Ballpark Pal, they're going to give Petco Park minus 5% overall, plus 2% homers, minus 6% doubles and triples, and minus 4% singles. We get into the line history here for this one. We have Pivetta, Slick Nick Pivetta from Victoria, BC. We have him at minus 137. He opened up minus 158. It's a huge move towards Abbott and the Cincinnati Reds. Just a monstrous move, and we'll see what the cash says about it. But if they could make a game simple today, that would be nice, because these have been pretty difficult. But it hasn't stopped our glory, because last week we had some tricky days, and we destroyed them. 4-cent move to the under from minus 106 to minus 110 at 7.5. And then when we get to the all-important cash flow for this spot, we have 59% of the tickets on San Diego and 68% of the cash. I mean, this is just being put out on a silver platter for us. It doesn't always work like that. I mean, I'm not saying, but look, this line is moving towards Abbott, who got destroyed last start. The big bets are on Cincinnati Reds, so we get that information. It's 93 and 94 on the under, and it should be getting more juice to the 7.5. So something's up. Someone's vulnerable. The over probably cashes, honestly, but I can sit with that a little bit longer. So here we go. Wine Time Sports. Take it away. Abbott, Pivetta, Reds, Padres, at Petco.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go ahead and make this official. I'm going to take the Reds team total over 1.5 minus 120 in the first 5 innings. Yeah, we're seeing pretty much a 35 cents difference, at least for me right now, between the Reds on the first 5 and in the full game, which I think means that Nick Pivetta might be a little bit vulnerable here today at home. I know the Padres play their best baseball at home. I mean, that's why they have the record that they do, because they do not play good on the road. And this line just continuously moves towards the Reds. I mean, I can get a Reds right now at a plus 128 full game. Still thinking about doing that. I'm just going to go ahead and it's crazy to say this, but attack Nick Pivetta a little bit early and think that the Reds can get 2 off him in the first 5 innings. We're not asking a lot out of him. We're just asking for 2 runs here, and seeing this line difference between the first 5 and the full game. This has me thinking that the Reds are definitely live to stay in this ball game and probably win this game outright. But I'm just going to go ahead and take their team total in the first half. Two team total over first in the first 5 innings for me today, guys. But this just seems like a slam dunk spot. I don't know. It seems like they want more Padres money to come in, and they're like making this line more appealing for Nick Pivetta. Abbott coming off rough start last time out. I think he gets right here, and this Reds team needs to start winning some ball games if they want to stay in this wild card spot. I mean, the Padres do too. Padres, they can keep winning games, but I'm going to move on at first 5. Team total over 1.5 minus 120. I think that's the best number you can probably find right now. One of my other books give me a minus 125, so I'm going to take the minus 120 here on the team total over first 5 for the Cincinnati Reds.
We cashed this bet against Pivetta last Friday with 2 out in the bottom of the 5th. And I was like, oh, thank God. It was so juiced, and we cashed it. I think that this, and Jose, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, is the first spot on the board. Well, look, if the Rangers beat the Brewers and Peralta gets touched a little bit enough, then we're very lucky that the books did what they did and got us off of the Brewers or got us off and under. And we'll see how that's banging out. But here, this feels like this is the first spot on the board where the books are like, here's your winner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the Reds. I'm on the Reds money line. I took them yesterday. Money line and team total over 3.5, and I'm doing the same thing again here today. Money line plus 123, team total over 3.5, minus 110. Yeah, I just think this is. I think the Reds are the spot here. The market seemingly tipping its hand. You guys know how we all feel about that. And Padres bullpen wise, Robert Suarez back-to-back days, Mason Miller back-to-back days, Jeremiah Estrada back-to-back days, Wandy Peralta back-to-back days. So we'll get maybe Morejon closing the game today. So yeah, I just Padres bullpen's vulnerable.
Wow, 1-0 Brewers. Of course it's 1-0 Brewers. Was it a left-handed bat?
Yeah, and the market's saying don't bet the Brewers. Brewers aren't the side. Blah blah blah. And then,
I mean, we still need to.
I don't understand it.
But we still need to see Peralta. This is in Texas, so Texas hasn't gone up to bat yet. I mean, look, it saved us from at least saved me from the first 302. I was going to bet it for sure. And again, you just have to listen and be thankful. So for me, I'm going to bet this a little differently. I'm going to go first 3, first 5. Obviously, the bullpens are tired and exhausted, and Spooner saying these bullpens are cooked, which means that the volatility increases in a way that I don't have it figured. So first 3, first 5, I get plus money on both, and I think this does set up for me to double up. So let's do it. Let's roll. We got 2 games left before we get into college football. It was Terang. There we go. We had JT give that the Terang over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs right off the hop, and it's a lefty against. I get, God, I think if I could spend 6 hours on MLB, if we could cap every single game and then go back to the top and cap them all again. But all right, Cardinals, Mariners, T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. Michael McGreevy going up against Logan Gilbert. Logan Gilbert is pitching exceptionally well. He is pitching so incredibly well right now. He's starting to pitch well on the road to 2-0 now, Brewers. God, it's stupid. Back-to-back bumps. I even said, I was like, the Brewers' first 3 would be what to attack. I let the market get me off of a winner and then get me off of a loser, and I'll take that because the VIG would have got me. We have Spooner saying that he wants this under. Logan Gilbert's had 11 starts at home, and he's allowed 14 earned runs. He's pitched 58 innings and 2/3, 58 and 2/3 at home, and he's allowed 29 hits. Eric Rosas, that was the great TJ on the over 3.5. Remember wine time. The numbers didn't make sense. We went over them and over them and over them, and they didn't make sense. So what did that do? It got me off of the first 3 under. What it should do when I'm a better capper, when I get past this being, okay capper, is you flip. You flip. You have the confidence to flip. And I have been doing it a little bit more, and I need to do it even more. But here we go. McGreevy versus Gilbert. Gilbert is, as I said, spectacular. The Cardinals are still worst in the league against right-handed bats last 30 days, but their numbers have improved very slightly. The Mariners are 237, 755. The Mariners bullpen has been trash, and the Cardinals bullpen, which I've talked highly of for a long time, this bullpen's been pitching well. We have McGreevy coming off an 8-2 loss at home to the Giants. He got lit up and smoked. 4 innings, 6 earned runs. On the road, he's been really good. That happened at home. On the road, he's had 5 starts. He's only allowed 9 earned runs. He's been really good. But we know McGreevy's problem, and we've talked about it a lot, and it is left-handed bats. So let's take a look at the lineups here and see what we are dealing with. Are there enough left-handed bats in this Mariners lineup to attack McGreevy? We have Cal Raleigh, a switchy, he'll hit from the left side. Josh Naylor, a lefty. From Polanco, a switchy, he'll hit from the left-hand side. Crawford, a lefty. And Leo Rivas, a lefty. I'll take a look at the line history. I don't know exactly what the McGreevy's going to give you here because he's been really good on the road. Lefties hurt him. He could easily have a bounce back start here. He's a very talented young pitcher. So McGreevy can be a question mark, and we'll let the market indicate whether he is bet on or off here. But Logan Gilbert is lights out, and the Cardinals can't hit righties. I mean, where are the runs coming from? I guess the bullpen. And then when I hand it over to Wine Time and to Jose, I'm going to look at. There hasn't been many starts from McGreevy. I mean, he's throwing 73 innings. If there's been another start where he's been tagged, because that's why we were going to back Soriano. So let's get to this line history here. Also, let's take a look at the weather. I imagine, so definitely beautiful weather out west. Roof will be open. 72 Fahrenheit, feels like 74. 5.8 miles per hour left to right and slightly in. Dies down to 3.8 miles per hour. Ballpark Pal has T-Mobile minus 7%, plus 3% homers, minus 16% doubles and triples, and minus 3% singles. Oh, I hear that, Spencer. But again, we sussed that out. It took a while. It took a long time. The longer the baseball breakdowns take, the higher my ROI goes up. The 7.5 is what we're dealing with here. Minus 111 to the under. This opened up minus 102 to the under. There's been 9 cents of movement towards the under. But the most important thing we want to know about is the money line, because we want to see if they believe in McGreevy. We have the Mariners at minus 215. They open up minus 225. They're now at minus 215. And that's a huge number. But I guess you can say, well, it's a huge number because the Mariners are 16 games over 500 at home. The Cardinals are 9 games under 500 on the road. And you have, JT, we were talking about it, man. Spectacular work. Cash it. Then from a cash flow standpoint here, we have 74% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on the Seattle Mariners, 67% of tickets on the under, and 65% of cash on the over here. Spencer says, would this be one of the times you would live bet the under? No. Again, I think that you should only live bet the sharp side. Always. So just because, we expect these are very good pitchers, the bullpens have been strong, well, at least for the Brewers, that we know that the sharp side was the over. We sussed that out. And so, no. And in football last year, and I went over all the times I got screwed, not all the times, but a high percentage of losses live were ones where the not sharp side, you start getting plus, you're getting a plus 10. Or you're getting a huge amount of points. And it just seems too good to be true. But it's not the sharp side, and my ROI was terrible. So no, I would not move on it. We have Munoz, Brash, and Bizzardo on back-to-backs in Seattle's pen, and I think here that maybe the pen is a legitimate problem for the Seattle Mariners, and maybe it makes most sense to keep it in the first 5. And the line is not moving to the Seattle Mariners. But this line being such a big number does make me think of, and this does not fully work because the line's not moving to the Mariners, but it feels like this is close. And then we have, I'm not even going to play it. But I was going to play the cash cow. It doesn't make sense. The line's not moving towards them. The bullpen's an issue, and that's enough to not to turn into a cash cow. Here we go. Let's hear from Wine Time Sports, Cardinals, Mariners.
Yeah, I think this line is priced appropriately. And interesting enough, looking at the first 5, it's the same exact line as the full game here. I would maybe think that Logan Gilbert does shove here. I mean, we know the Mariners play their best baseball at home at T-Mobile. They always play their best there. And Logan Gilbert has had some really good starts his last couple outings. And he's heading in the right direction. If this team makes a playoff run, they're going to need this guy to play a big part in that, which looks like they might do, man. They're right there with the Houston Astros. Interesting enough, on the run line, the Mariners minus 1.5, minus 105 right now. I don't know. I do think that the Mariners win this game. I just think that this line's kind of priced appropriately, and we don't really have value on either side here. I mean, Cardinals getting almost 2-1 on your money with a team that's really like 5 games behind this team. But I think that just tells you what an advantage Logan Gilbert is on the mound here. seen the full game, him over a -200, and seen them full first 5 -200. So I don't know. It's a tricky game here. I would only take them. I mean, I wouldn't take anything in this game. I guess I would maybe be looking at a team total under for the Cardinals. I mean, full game, their team total is under 2.5 plus 115. I'm not going to move on it though. I don't want to back this game. I don't want to play this game. I'm going to pass on this one.
McGreevy gets touched by these lefties. Now, I'm going to look up right now what Raleigh and Polanco and Rivas are doing against left-handed pitching, because maybe it's a split they don't really like. But, Naylor, Crawford, I mean, you can give them 5 lefties. I wish that wasn't the case. I'm going to look this up right now. Let's hear from Jose Bouquet. What do you think of this spot?
Yeah, it was a pretty easy stay-off spot for me. I don't want to back a Mariners team at -200. No thanks. And I don't trust Michael McGreevy here either. So, keeping it, I guess, short and sweet, no action for me.
And shouldn't the first 5 be more expensive than the full game, especially if you have bullpen issues? Why isn't it?
I mean, it's tough. I just think it's tough to make first 5s above -200, -250. I just don't think it happens very often. Is what I've kind of come to realize after these guessing games. If the price is -200.
Sorry. I'm shocked at that. Sorry to interrupt, but that's nuts. TJ just said first 5 juice to the over. Why? Jesus Christ. This is -125 to the over 4 on the first 5.
Oh, the fact that it's an over 4 is also interesting as well.
Wow.
If it was 3.5, yeah, okay, it makes sense. But 4, wow. It feels like it feels like Michael McGreevy's vulnerable. It seems that's my sussing out of it.
Wow, that is insane. And 67% of tickets on the under, but 65% of cash on the over.
If that's juice to the over like that, is the Mariners team total like it's 4.5 juice to the over, or is it even a 5?
I mean, it can't be a 5 on a 7.5, can it? I mean, it's possible. It
Super
is
juice 4.5.
It's 4.5, slightly juiced to the under.
Wow.
The Cardinals is a 2.5. Wow, that's nuts. Like, see, this is why I find baseball so taxing and so difficult, because this is exactly what happened in this Brewers spot, where the move it's got to be that first 5 over. And if we don't think Gilbert is vulnerable, which we don't, it must mean McGreevy's vulnerable. And if the bullpens are taxed, which we know they are, it means the over should probably be the bet. Wow. That's insane. So Aubrey's going to do the first 5 under. And again, like if you have a positive ROI betting into the spots that don't make sense, if you look at the first 5 and you're like, I get plus money on the first 5 under 4, I'm going to bet it. If it works for you, hammer it. So Aubrey says it's too high, man. And keep note of these spots, Aubrey. Because when it's too high, that's when I want the over. And it's worked so well for me this year. So just keep a note of this. TJ says, I agree, should be over or pass. I want to go through the switchies on the Mariners lineup and make sure that they're, hitting from the left-hand side is a advantageous situation for them. But this to me is, it's a first 5 over. That because Aubrey, for me, when a line doesn't make sense, they're opening up their arms to anybody who wants the first 5 under. It's a 7.5. I mean, that's nuts that the first 5 would be 4 and -125. It makes no sense. So it'd be a first 5 over. But then we just talked about the vulnerability of the bullpens, which would then lead you to a full game over 7.5. It's also much warmer than usual. I'm going to be moving on this game. This might even require a double up spot on the over, because again, we're sitting here with McGreevy versus Logan Gilbert. Gilbert being absolutely lights out at home, barely allowing any runs. So of course you have 67% of tickets on the under, but you have 65% of cash on the over.
I always think that's interesting when there's any over money on the site we look at. It sticks out to me.
Okay. So right now, these are the three spots that I'm going to be studying, and I'm investing in this game. That'd be the first 5 over 4, the full game over 7.5. Yeah, Aubrey, it's a 7.5. So it should be, if it was really good pitchers on the mound, you'd have a 3.5 juice to the over. If they were pitchers that they trust, it'd be a 4 juice to the under. Under almost zero circumstances would you find a 4 minus 125 to the over. So the first 5 over 4, full game over 7.5, and the Mariners first 5 minus 1. And Aubrey, I think it's very important for you to start taking note of these situations and track them. Because I did this with TJ in 2022, and I was hitting 69% if I had flipped because the market, got me on it. So just keep an eye on it.
By the way, I'm going to send you this. Loshak and I obviously did our show yesterday. It was Tuesday. And he kept track of these spots that don't make sense. It's a big line of text messages you just got from me. So don't worry. You don't have to read it right now. But he was tracking like these pitching props don't make sense to me. Like this out's props too high. This out's props too low. And just yesterday, the market, like wherever it was indicating, was just dead wrong. Whatever Pete was like, wow, this is weird, he was killing it. So I sent you that. You can obviously, just a casual read for you that you'll enjoy, I'm sure. But maybe the opposite might be the case for player props. We'll see. Tune in on Tuesdays. Shout out to Loshak. But it's very interesting.
Let's roll on. 10:10 p.m. Eastern is our final spot on the MLB board before we get into college football. The Colorado Rockies, 40-105. Sounds fake.
Good
17-53 on the road against the LA Dodgers, 81-64, 47-26 at home. We have Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. Let's get into the weather here at Chavez Ravine. Razor Sharp picks in the house. What up, Razor? We have 72 Fahrenheit. Feels like 74.9 miles per hour to right. Dies down at 2.6 miles per hour. Then let's get into Ballpark Pals' expectation of Chavez Ravine. And it is the Athletics for Razor too. So we have a lot of you guys backing the Athletics here today. We have Ballpark Pal wise here at Chavez Ravine. We have minus 3% overall, plus 13% homers, minus 12% doubles and triples, and minus 4% singles. We'll get into the line history next. We have Blake Snell and the Dodgers minus 318. They opened up at minus 322. And then we're going to get into the total. So no movement there from a total side of things. We have an 8.5 minus 111 to the over. Open up minus 102 to the over. We've had 9 cents of movement towards the over. And when we get to the cash flow, 74% of the tickets. Oh, sorry. That's the wrong one. Sorry. 71% of the tickets and 62% of the cash on the Dodgers. So some bigger bets are coming in on the Rockies. 79% of tickets on the under and 93% of cash on the under. I do not know what to do here. I don't know what to do with Freeland's spectacular start last out. Because, again, we could have romanticized baseball, talked about after, Devers, pimped the homer, the confrontation, the Rockies believing in him, and he's been such an important figure in this Rockies team for years. He was the one who called out the players in an okay way, in a positive way early in the season when they were getting destroyed. And then he shoves and pitches spectacularly well. 8 innings, 2 hits, 10 Ks, no walks, and a 3-0 win at home versus the Padres. He's been better on the road than he's been at home, which historically isn't something that happens with him. And then Blake Snell coming off the 5-3 loss to the Pirates. Look, we faded Blake Snell first 3 and first 5 in that start. Nothing made sense there. Now he comes back home where he's had 5 starts and he's allowed 5 earned runs. 232 opponents batting average. He's allowed 1 home run in the 25 and a third. And righties, of course, regular splits hit them harder than lefties. The Rockies are hitting lefties harder, well, with less power, but better than the Dodgers are. And both bullpens are pitching mediocre. Very, very, very mediocre. I do not know what to do with Kyle Freeland. And I'm very hesitant to back him here after not being on the last week. It just feels late to the party, early to the funeral. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
Yeah, I'm going to stay off this game too, but everyone knows my mantra. It'd be Rockies or nothing for me here. Kyle Freeland, I think, is the best pitcher on the Rockies. Dollander is too young, all that good stuff. But if I was backing any Rockies pitcher, my guy would be Kyle Freeland for all the reasons you said. And it's kind of annoying we didn't back him last start, like you said. I mean, getting kind of like shit talked in the media by all the Giants players, like, oh, that guy's always doing that kind of stuff, blah, 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 blah. Saying like he wasn't like angry in the media. He's like, yeah, it's the first inning. Why is this guy disrespecting me immediately? Like, I didn't like that. And I feel like it was such an easy spot to back him. But yeah, it was just a classic. Don't want to romanticize baseball spot. And I'm going to stay off him here. But if the market, and in most spots, I think the market gives indications of Kyle Freeland pitching well, and no action for me. But I think he is the Rockies pitcher to back if there was one.
So do you think there's a high chance that he pitches well here?
Not a high chance.
Momentum?
No, I'd call it like a 30% chance.
All right, I've got I would feel like such an ass. I would hate myself so much to back Freeland after a gem. But
yes.
And I shouldn't. I don't think I should. But I'm going to study him a little.
That is a great reason why I'm not on it either.
All right, let's review all action, Jose. And don't forget, it is Robert Franklin's birthday. Oh, let's hear from Wine Time on this. I mean, I closed it by saying I don't know how in the world I could back Freeland after a gem. Is it possible he starts pitching well, looks sort of like Erod down the stretch?
Potentially. I would say more so that I think both these pitchers could actually go out there and pitch pretty well today. Seeing this under at 8.5, I find it hard to believe there's going to be 8 runs scored in this ball game. Dodgers probably going to have the lead going into the ninth, so we're not even going to see that their bats in the bottom of the ninth. Had to lean towards the under here, under 8.5, minus 115. Saw it was minus 110 last night, so we have seen some slight movement towards this under. Nothing I wanted to make official, though.
At the sharp books, this opened up under 8.5 at minus 113 last night. It's now under 8.5, minus 102.
Let me refresh this really quick. Okay, yeah, mine's actually at minus 110 now, currently sitting on this under 8.5.
Justin, no worries, man. We are going into college football first, and then we're going to close the show with WNBA. So let's do a review of action. All action here in MLB. And fellas, Robert Franklin birthday pick as well. So here we go. Look at that. First 3 under 2 with question marks in Milwaukee, Texas. Thankfully, the market got me off of it, but the lefties in the lineup for the Brewers should have got me on the Brewers early, and it didn't for whatever reason. We have a lot of cappers on the A's. We have razor sharp picks giving us the A's. We have Wine Time on the A's. First 5 team total over. Jose on the A's. I am on the under 11 on an island, and we'll see how that works. I think TJ's on it too. Now that I look back,
he is. He got the 11 minus 115. Wait, Jim, are we seeing 11s in that game now? Hold on.
Yeah, I got minus 119.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. Let me see what my book's giving me right now. That mine's giving me a 10.5 at minus 120 the over. But Athletics now, I mean, when we capped this game, Jimmy, when we first talked about this, I believe I said the Athletics were a plus 116. Same book, they are now a minus 101.
Wow.
Crazy.
Okay. Steaming. So then that Twins game starts in an hour. Why did I think it was a later start? Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah.
Look at that. 2-1. Just crazy. The market speaks. So so what the hell do I do with Urena? God, he always starts out well.
What's the well, I'm seeing right now the first 5 is at 5 right now, juice to the over at -115. And now the full game for the Angels is now at a 9, -120. So this is where I wanted to see it, though, before the arena pitch change. So this is where I thought the number should have been at the – this is where I wanted to see it when we capped it. I believe when we capped it, it was a -105. So, yeah, there's some movement towards this over here. I think both these pitchers are going to be vulnerable here today. It's going to be a warm day in Anaheim. I think the ball's probably going to be flying. Urena, I don't really know what to expect out of this guy. You know what I mean? And Taj Bradley, I mean, this guy could go out there and actually pitch good against an Angels team, but I think the Angels can hit this guy. I think they match up well against him. I think both teams are going to be able to score here. But Twins being a +108 now, that's where they're currently sitting. I think the Angels were -133 when we talked about it, and they're -118 now.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I believe, weren't they a -133 when we talked about it with the Angels, or were they a -126?
I can't remember, but
they're down to a -118 right now. I mean, obviously because of the pitching change, but
I mean, we went over the amount of teams that Urena's played for, and just look at this. So he starts the year with the Mets. He gets one opportunity, doesn't look good, and they just ditch him. So then the Jays acquire him, and he pitches okay early, and then the Dodgers acquire him. He pitches okay early, and but they just ditch him pretty quickly. I guess they send him down to the minor. They just didn't have room for him. And then Minnesota picks him up, and again, he pitches really well early, and then he gets destroyed, and they ditch him.
Wait, there's no 6s. Sorry to interrupt. Turnbuckle Tommy said first 5 is a 5. Where are you looking at one time? First 5 is. I don't see 6s anywhere. I only see 5s at -115 in the first 5 in the Angel game. I don't see 6s anywhere. Do you see a 6 anywhere, Jim?
That's a ridiculous number. If I saw a 6,
it'd be insane. I mean, when do we ever even see 6 in first 5s? I mean, that's
you have to be in Coors Field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a 5, but it is juiced to the over.
Yeah, -115 for me right now.
Van Ginkel in concussion protocol for Minnesota. Thank you, Coin. That is not good. At least we have till Monday. Did he just go in today? Because then I'm screwed. But they have a lot of depth in the pass rush. But okay, so maybe I just let it go. God, Urane is such a. But he's like, if he was to get touched here, of course he's going to get touched. And you have Taj Bradley pitching at home. Is he going to bounce back, or does he suck? I mean, maybe there's too many question marks. I moved on the first 3 under 2 in Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and this is expensive. -120, 365 getting me. And then I have some interest in the under 8, but I want to see the movement in Kansas City, Cleveland. I have some interest in Kansas City. I do have interest in backing Yuri Perez here. Again, I want to study that a little bit more. Then I want the first 5 over in Detroit, New York Yankees. It just is so similar to this market that TJ just attacked in Texas, Milwaukee. Again, I'm going to study that a little bit more. Then my investment, first 5 over, full game over in Astros, Jays, and the Astros first 5 plus a half. Do I triple up on it? Is that triple? I'll study it a little more. Then the first 3 under 2.5, and the Braves first 5 minus a half in Cubbies, Braves. And then the Rays and the under 8. I do want to see what the market does with this one. And then we had one spot that was telling us what to do, and it was the Reds. The Reds first 3 and first 5. So, and then Cardinals, Mariners, another spot. Like that first 5 over, full game over 7.5, and the Mariners first 5, but it would have to be a -1 first 5, which I don't know if I bother with. So that's my action. So then when I'm thinking about Robert Franklin's best bet, I'm deciding between the first 5 over 4 in St. Louis, Seattle, and the Cincinnati Reds first 5 money line. I'll make that decision after I hear the cappers in the chat. So here we go. Jose Bouquet, your best, your action and the birthday pick for Robert Franklin.
Yes, I'm on the A's, and I guess the A's are my birthday pick to you, Robert Franklin, fading my Boston Red Sox. So,
wow.
Good luck to you, my guy there. I'm on A's team total over 4.5 -145. Gross, but we're on it. Yankees, Tigers under 8, even money. Reds money line +123. Reds team total over 3.5 minus 110. And I'm going to join you on the over in the Houston-Toronto game as well. Just need to get a number on that real quick. Over 9 minus 110.
Love it, Jose Bouquet, my friend. Let's hear from Wine Time Sports. We have the A's as a best bet for Robert Franklin. What else for you, my friend?
Yeah, my best bet, Robert Franklin. Shout out to you. Happy birthday, my guy. Stick around for college football. I've got a play I want to give out to you. I think it's going to be the first game we talk about. As far as my MLB action goes for today, we're on the Angels and Twins over 9 plus 100. It's now at a minus 120. It could get to a 9.5 here in the next hour. We'll see. After the pitching change, we're on the Guardians Royals under 8 minus 110. We're on the Diamondbacks money line plus 100. We also added on the show Athletics team total over 2.5 minus 105. First 5 innings against the Boston Red Sox. And then we did something else too. We added another team total first 5. Reds team total over 1.5 minus 120. First 5. 5 plays for me today, guys. Really, really excited for this MLB card. There's a couple plays I still might move on. We'll see. That Rays White Sox under 8.5 is still appealing for me, so I might go back over that shortly. But shout out to everyone. I'm excited to talk some college football.
I love it. I love it. So for my birthday pick, say what? Am I muted?
No, you're good.
Oh, it said give me. Okay, cool. So for my birthday pick, well, it has to be. I mean, they're both. I like them both a lot. They both are the most appealing bets for me on the board. But the market is telling us that you have to bet that first 5 over 4 in Seattle. So that's it. It's the first 5 over 4. But God, the Reds' first 5 seems like, a plus money spot. You keep the push and play, but you keep the first 5 over 4 and play. But yeah, so I guess it's the St. Louis, Seattle first 5 over 4. That line makes no sense whatsoever. None. 0 cents. There we go. All right. We are about to get into college football with our guy Wine Time Sports. Jose Bouquet, my friend. I will see you in a little bit, my man. And great to see you, pal.
Yes, of course. Nice to see everyone in the chat. Just remember, Jimmy, when you look at me, you're looking at the top of the leaderboard for the Cappers contest right now. Just remember that, Jimmy.
Yeah, no, I have fond memories of your success in the Cappers contest. Fond memories. Nasty Nate says, what was the Diamondbacks look?
Money line plus 100 from your boy Wine Time, Nate. Take that, my guy. Let's go.
Yeah, it messed with me. That one messed with me. I have to. I'm off that game. But the Bookie Buster play of the day from DC Capper is the Giants. All right. It is now time to talk college football with our guy, Wine Time Sports. And the first spot on the board is one that our guy, Wine Time, is attacking. And we are coming off of a poor week and need to deliver the goods, which is exactly what we plan on doing here. Thank you guys for joining us here on Pub Sports Radio, 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. We have the Georgia Bulldogs at the Tennessee Volunteers. We're in Knoxville, Tennessee for this one. And games don't get much bigger than Georgia, Tennessee. This is going to be fun. We're going to go over the line history. We have yet to see Georgia against a tough team. We've seen them play Marshall and Austin P. We have seen Tennessee take on Syracuse, but then that kind of lost its shine when Connecticut, UConn deserved to beat them. And then we saw them just absolutely dummy East Tennessee State 72-17 in their last game. So neither team is being challenged, and now we get said challenge. Let's take a look at the line history, the cash flow, and hand it over to our guy Wine Time Sports. We have, from a spread perspective here, we have the Georgia Bulldogs. Come on, show it to me. Waiting a second for this to load. Come on. Here we go. We have Georgia right now, of course, favorites. Very lukewarm favorites. This line has moved very, very heavily towards the Volunteers. This opened up at some books at 8 and 8.5. I'm looking at an opener of 6.5. This is a very sharp book, but also a cautious book that doesn't try to get first to the market. This opened up at 6.5 on Sunday. On Sunday at 6:43 p.m. 4 minutes later, it was a 5.5. That's all it took, was 4.5 minutes. And then 2 hours after that, this was a 4. This is now a 3.5. So we have just a monstrous move towards the Volunteers. Let's take a look at the total in this one and the cash flow, and then hand it over. From a total perspective, we have this one sitting at 49.5, very slightly juiced to the over. This opened up at 49.5, got up to 50.5, and it's come back to 49.5. So essentially, we have no movement. When we get to the cash flow here, move over to the college football board and see what we are dealing with. And here we go. Cash flow wise, we have 60% of the tickets on Georgia and 51% of the cash. And this line moving heavily towards the Volunteers. 78% of the tickets on the under and 67% of the cash. And we're at a standstill. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Knoxville, Tennessee, hosting the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, this is what college football is all about right here, guys. Two big-time opponents. This is a big-time game for both squads here. SEC action today, guys. Really excited for this one. Difference between these two teams through the first 2 weeks. I think Georgia showed us absolutely nothing what they're capable of these first couple weeks. Kind of sleeper games that they knew they could have won no matter what. Rotated a lot of guys in and out. Didn't necessarily do the offensive schemes that we would think that they would do against these teams, because I don't think they wanted to show too much with Gunnar Stockton at quarterback. Guys, going into this season, I wasn't super high on this kid. I'm not. I know he can throw the deep ball downfield. It's just his mechanics, his feet work, all that stuff kind of has my head turning a little bit at times when I see him, especially under pressure. But what does this kid do best? It's run with it. What does this Georgia team do best? Run the ball. You got a guy like Nate Frazier at running back, 5-star guy out of modern day. This guy was one of the best running backs in the country going into Georgia last year. He split time with ETN. He was more so the RB1 in Georgia last year as a true freshman. Here he is as a true sophomore. Hasn't had the best start to his season. Like I said, I don't think they've really used him the way they're going to use him in this game. You also got a guy like Chauncey Bowens. You got a guy like Dwight Phillips, Jones Cash. These guys are 4 deep at the running back position. All you got to do is hand it off to these guys, and these guys in open space. Man, talk about open space. Talk about Zachariah Branch, the USC transfer. This guy was eligible for the draft last year. He probably would have gone in the first or second round. It's just his ability with the ball in his hands and to be a playmaker in open space. All you have to do is throw a screen to this guy, and if he has a hole, if there's a zip down there, man, he's going a long ways, and you're not going to catch him. It doesn't matter how fast you are, because he is faster than you. Going into last year at USC, breaking down USC, I said this guy was the most explosive football player with the ball in his hands. All you got to do is get it to him. I think that's all Gunner's got to do in this game in open space. You talk about a guy like Colby Young, another guy really dangerous in open space. Tennessee struggled, guys. I mean, they struggled against Syracuse in week 1. They covered that spread because of a pick six and a couple big explosive plays. That a Syracuse defense, I mean, let's be honest, this is one of the worst defenses we're going to see in the Power 4 conference. Probably one of the worst in the ACC as well. I mean, there's a reason why Kyle McCord led the all of college football in passing yards last year, because they had to. They had to throw the ball because they were giving up so many points. They only got worse this last year. Fran Brown, defensive mind, coming right from Georgia too, being the defensive back coach before taking the head coaching job at Syracuse. Tennessee showed us everything that they're going to do because Joey Aguilar is a late-time transfer. He comes in after they do the quarterback swap. And if you guys look at the comments, man, I've never seen so many comments on UCLA pages just talking about how good Joey Aguilar is, how much better he is than Nico. I mean, these guys, they haven't faced anyone. They beat East Tennessee last week, a team that anyone should blow the doors off of. And I'm not backing up UCLA by any means here because they're playing some bad football. Joey Aguilar, this guy's coming from Appalachian State, What has he done his whole career? Turn the ball over. He throws just as many touchdowns as he does picks. He's in a better situation. He's in a good offense with playmakers around him. But at the same time, I mean, who has this team really played? And we saw everything that they're going to do. I mean, what's Joey Aguilar going to do when he faces a defensive line like Georgia? Defensive line from Georgia that's not as elite as it has been in years past. A lot of physical specimens, a lot of freaks on that defensive line. And I don't think we're going to see so many rotations. I think we're going to see the same guys in there. You talk about their linebacking core, too. I think Georgia has one of the best linebacking cores in all of college football, not just in the SEC. It is the interior defensive line that I can worry about at times because they don't have a lot of experience. But as I said, these guys are freaks out there, and they go to Georgia for a reason. Kirby Smart has showed us nothing through the first 2 games, and I think Tennessee has showed us everything that they're going to do. There's no way Tennessee puts up 2 touchdowns on the Georgia Bulldogs today, guys. I'm going to tell you guys that right now. This game isn't going to be close. I don't agree with the line movement. I think that it probably should have opened up around this price, though, because, I mean, Georgia, they haven't looked good this season. People are like, oh, I mean, they barely beat the team they beat last week. I mean, they're not showing us anything here, though, guys. They're going to show us a good amount here against Tennessee. And I question what Joey's going to do when he gets put under heavy pressure. Is he going to be able to escape the pockets? He's not going to be able to outrun these guys. He couldn't outrun people over at Appalachian State. I think they're going to get to him, and I think they're going to hurt him. I think they're going to hurt him early. I'm on 3 plays in this game, guys. I'm on Georgia Bulldogs -3.5, -110. I'm on the Tennessee Volunteers under 23.5, -120. 2-unit banger right there. That's for my guy, Robert Franklin. Get that team total under for Tennessee. They're not even going to touch 20 points here, guys. And then give me the under full game, 49.5, -110. Georgia goes up early. They go up early in this game, 24-0, something like that. And they slow this game down, and they're not going to need to score again after that. And I don't believe Tennessee's going to be able to score. I don't think Georgia's going to let them score too many points. Maybe they get a touchdown, a couple field goals, because they do like to lean on the run attack game. That is good, but at the same time, if you want to just test Joey Aguilar throwing, you don't even really need to stack the box. Just see if he can throw into one-on-one coverage. I don't think he's going to against these Georgia corners. Another thing to note, guys, Tennessee, both of their starting cornerbacks are out for this game, which had me a little question marks. It's like, why did this line move that way? They're starting a true freshman in Ty Redmond at the cornerback position. Good luck, especially if he has to guard Zachariah Branch or any of these guys on this offense for Georgia. I think this is a smash spot for Georgia. I think they take care of business, and I don't think Tennessee really gets too much on the board, guys. That's my 3 plays for you guys.
Georgia -3.5 and -110. Tennessee team total under 23.5. What was the VIG on that?
-120.
-120. That is the birthday pick for Robert Franklin, and the under 49.5. Under 49.5. That is the breakdown of Georgia Bulldogs, Tennessee, and we also have our guy Kong's Clips daughter's birthday, Audrey, tomorrow. We'll need birthday picks tomorrow for Audrey. You're a great dad. You have a great family. And happy early birthday to Audrey. I have that here in my notes. Now, I have it at the very top, so I have it on top of my next page tomorrow. So birthday picks for Audrey tomorrow for our guy Kong's Clips.
Let's go.
Let's roll on to our next game on the board. One time I'm in. 7 p.m. Eastern. Arkansas Razorbacks 2-0. Getting their SEC schedule underway at the number 17 ranked Ole Miss Rebels 2-0, 1-0 in the SEC. We're in Oxford, Mississippi for this one. Get into the line history for this one, banging out at 7. We have a total very high, as one would expect. It's a 61.5 at most books. I'm looking at 61. This has come down from 63, though. So we have a 2-point move towards the under, or a 1.5, because it's still -116 to the over. So a total deemed a little too high by the betting public. Then we have Ole Miss -7 and -110. They opened up at -9 and -108. It initially moved towards them until there was a mass exodus. And now we have a full 2-point move towards the Hogs. Let's take a look at the cash flow here in this one. We have 90% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on Arkansas. Is that too much? We saw the same 2-point move towards Kentucky against Ole Miss, and Kentucky covered against Ole Miss. And we see another 2-point move here, but that's a lot of money on Arkansas. 55% of tickets, 51% of cash on the under. And Circa's opener, thank you, coin, was a 10 and a 64. Wow. Sports Sciences, Jacob got Arkansas plus 10 at minus 115. Everybody moving on Arkansas and the books paying attention and moving the line accordingly. So, yeah, 30-23 for Ole Miss against Kentucky. You know, Ole Miss opened up as 9.5-point favorites, even more at some places, and it closed at 7.5. And they didn't look that good. They did put up 455 yards, but they let Kentucky put up 359 themselves. They didn't look good. That is the Ole Miss Rebels, and now they come home after that road affair. Arkansas has yet to be tested. The weak opponents. They got their season started with an easy 52-7 win over Alabama A&M. Very, very easy. And they followed that up by beating up on the Red Wolves of Arkansas State. They beat them 56-14. They were just 24.5-point favorites. They opened up 23.5-point favorites. You know, they were ready to cover that after 15 minutes of play. Here we go. Wine Time Sports, Razorbacks, Ole Miss Rebels in Oxford. Take it away.
Yeah, this could be an interesting game here, guys. I wish I would have gotten in early on a couple of these spots, guys, but I didn't. So I am Arkansas here in this spot, guys, to go a little bit deeper into this ball game here. Lane Kiffin enters year 6 for Ole Miss. He's been very close to getting over that hump. He just really hasn't. Loses Jackson Dart to the draft. He's got this young kid in Simmons who's kind of been the backup there the last couple of years. He's 6'4", 215. He possesses really good size. And he's been the backup for the first-round draft pick, Jackson Dart. He knows the system. Lane Kiffin always hits the transfer portal head-on, as he always does. He grabs Oklahoma State wide receiver Deshaun Stribling, 6'2", 200 pounds, had 900 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns last season. One thing I have about this Ole Miss team is they're not as strong as they were up front last year, guys. You guys saw them being able to hang in the trenches last year. They brought in dudes last year that were 4th, 5th-year guys that had experience and that were just physical specimens. And we saw them along the lines of scrimmage at times in the year do really well. This year, they definitely took a step back on the defensive part of the football. And Simmons, he struggled against Kentucky. As I assume he would, it was his first career start against an SEC opponent in Kentucky. A team that I'm not high on by any means going into this year. I was higher than Arkansas. I just think this is too many points for Arkansas. I think Arkansas has a really good run game. When you think about it, you got Taylon Green at quarterback. This guy is explosive when he's got the football in his hands. I like him a lot. He's also got 2 really good running backs that he can hand off the ball to, and Braylon Russell. If you guys remember this guy last year, I talked about him as a true freshman, 6'1", 255 pounds. Lost 20 pounds this last offseason, got a lot faster, got his body a lot more right. What I did like to see, also have Mike Washington returning in the backfield. These guys are good explosive backs. We're talking about from a quarterback perspective right now. Who am I going to trust more, Simmons or Taylon Green? I'm going to trust Taylon Green. This guy's a 5th-year guy. This is his true 2nd year with the program with Arkansas. And I think Arkansas had some pretty decent expectations going into this season. A lot of people said that head coach was potentially on the hot seat in Sam Pittman. I don't really necessarily think so, because I think in the SEC, Arkansas, they're competitive at times. They're a lot better at home. When Arkansas is playing at home against the better SEC opponents, that's the time when I like to back them, not necessarily on the road. I just think that this is a game where I think Arkansas could probably potentially win outright. These are the kind of games that Lane Kiffin has been known to lose in the past, games that he really should win at home. And it's kind of a weird line considering that Arkansas is not ranked, and that Ole Miss, it seems like they're a team that's going to compete for a national football playoff berth the last couple seasons. That isn't higher, and it was higher around 9.5, which is why we saw the move down, because all this big money came in on Arkansas. I still don't think it's too late, guys. I moved on at Arkansas +7 -110, although I do wish I could have got a better end of the number there at a 9 or a 9.5 when I originally looked at this game. Just didn't end up moving on it. I'm kicking myself for it now. Can't go back, though. I'm still going to take the +7 in a game. I think that they can win outright. The SEC, there's a discrepancy that some of these teams are a lot better than each other. I disagree. I think a lot of these SEC schools are going to have losses. They're going to have losses to certain opponents, because I don't think the talent level is too much far off. And I think that Arkansas could hang in this game, if not win this game outright. I think if Arkansas wins this game, They've got a lot of good things going for them ahead of them. They could potentially win 7 or 8 games this season. Who knows? But I think this is a game they can get, and I think that they know that they can compete in. So you're giving me 7 points with them. I'm going to take it. Arkansas +7 -110.
You are locked in Wine Time, locked in Arkansas being backed by Wine Time Sports +7 at -110. Before we move on, it is Audrey's birthday today. Kong's birthday tomorrow.
Nice.
Happy birthday, Audrey. And can't wait to celebrate it with you, Kong. I gave out already the first 5 over as Robert Franklin's birthday pick, but it's perfect because the Cincinnati Reds, first 3 or first 5, whatever you prefer, plus money spot, Cincinnati Reds. I'm going to bet them both. Kong's birthday tomorrow. His daughter Audrey's birthday today. Happy birthday, Audrey. And much love to you from your friends at Pub Sports Radio. We have Ross in the chat. He says, do I think Arky can win this? Yes. Will I throw away NFL bankroll on college this season? No. That's from Ross. Ross, it's nice, but Man Bear Pig is the name that we miss.
Oh, is that Man Bear Pig?
That's Man Bear Pig.
Nice.
Man Bear Pig. 2-2, bottom 3 in Arlington. Again, it's not that you're not capping when you're so focused on the market and things of that nature. You have your setup so that you can see if everything kind of correlates. But the market's the boss, man. Kong says, today's a tough day. It's her first year off of college, first year without her being in the house for her birthday. Oh, I can imagine that. I don't have to worry about that for a little bit longer with Ella Ola, but I could imagine that would be tough, not having the pitter-patter of their feet running around the house. I feel you, Kong. And I'll be there someday as well, my friend. We move on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Florida Gators 1-1, starting their SEC schedule at the number 3 ranked LSU Tigers. We're at Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, and 3-2 Texas now. Unbelievable. I mean, it's just. But we got to stay focused here. That market, man. That market. But here we're talking Gators, Tigers, and of course. We've talked about this game on Medicate Monday. We talked about it on our Monday night live stream. We talked about, how good is Lagway anyway, is Nussmeier, how high of a draft pick is Nussmeier going to be? We've broken all of this down. The very disappointed Gators losing 18-16 to the South Florida Bulls, a team they'd beaten 15 straight times. And I kept coming back to what has LSU really done? Clemson was down 16-3 at halftime against Troy. So who cares that it's not easy to go into Clemson and beat them, but look, this is not a tough Clemson team. Then we have La Tech. They beat La Tech at home 23-7. Look, they're ranked 3rd for a reason. So I'm not going to sit here and poke holes in the Tigers, but what we decided after talking about it Monday on Medicate Monday, talking about it again on Monday night, this was a 36.5 point favorite against La Tech, and they were up 10-0 at the half. Nothing came easy. Nothing has come easy offensively for them. So I moved on Monday night on the Florida Gators +9.5. I wanted to buy low. I want to buy low. I don't mind losing when I buy low. I get very upset losing when I sell low. If you don't sell a team high, and this is a chance to do all of that, to buy Florida low, to sell LSU high. It's a chance to do exactly that. And I don't mind getting burnt in a situation like this. And in my NFL, and I'll start doing this more in college, I write down all the reasons how I will lose this bet. I will lose if this happens, if this happens, if this happens. And are you okay with that? And if you're okay with that, you move on it. I did that. The 9.5s are gone. We talked about that being a possibility. It has been a possibility. It's more than a possibility. It came to fruition. This isn't. This never went to 9.5 here. I got it 9.5 for 365. But where we're looking at, this opened up with LSU -9 at -112. Now it's -7.5 at -105. Even the +7.5 is -109. Is there a big difference between 7.5 and 9.5 in college football? No, not really. Not really. So that's the side. Let's take a look at the total here in this from a total perspective. Here we go. On the total, we are sitting with a 48.5. I do see 47.5s on the board. This is juiced to the under. This opened up at 50.5. We could have got it at 49.5. I could have bet it at 50.5, on Monday. But I didn't. I was just focusing on the Gators plus 9.5. And I even thought about doubling down on it. I chose not to. Let's take a look at the cash flow here and then hand it over to our guy, Wine Time Sports. Cash flow wise, 79% of the tickets and 90% of the cash is on Florida. That's uncomfortable. That's very public. We all know what happens to public road dogs. They get crushed. How public is this going to stay? I mean, your rec gambling friends who are just, having fun on the weekends, they haven't bet this game yet. So I'm hoping that this can come back and LSU bettors involve themselves in the game. 91% of tickets and 89% cash on the under. Wine Time Sports. We got our guy Wally in the house. Great to see you, Wally. Wine Time Sports, take it away. Gators, Tigers, Baton Rouge.
Yeah, this is a really interesting game right here. It's going to be a very hostile environment at LSU, as it always is, guys. Are they the number 3 ranked team in the nation? I absolutely do not think that they are. Top 10 team, yeah, but I think they really have that number 3 next to them because they're LSU, and they had a lot of hype going into this year. One thing I will say, though, Blake Baker, their defensive coordinator that they brought over from Mizzou a couple years ago, he finally has all of his guys in there on the defensive side. It's easy to sell LSU guys to these high school kids. I mean, who wouldn't want to go here? You have great facilities, you've got great food, you've got everything around you. And they pay you a lot of money to go there too. This LSU program definitely has a good start to their season by beating Clemson in Clemson, a game that I was on Clemson in. I thought they were going to take care of business. Garrett Nussmeier, is this guy a first-round draft pick? I don't think so by any means. Don't get me wrong. He's got so much talent around him. One thing to keep in mind, guys, for today, for Saturday, his starting center, Braylon Moore will be out. It's going to be DJ Chester, who started a majority of the games last year, but this guy hasn't really been playing center this year, so that is going to be a big difference in this ball game. I don't know if a lot of people have heard about that yet, but Braylon Moore will be out for this one, so it will be another center. He's got a good running back to the backfield in Caden Durham and Caleb Jackson. I mean, both of these kids are 4 or 5-star recruits that have a lot of potential, especially when they get loose out there in open field. They've got really good receivers, guys like Chris Hilton that can get open in open space and run with it. And it's hard to catch these guys. Look at the other side on Florida. DJ Lagway. I mean, look at this guy, man. I mean, you look at this guy from an NFL quarterback stature. I mean, this is what you want your guy looking like. This guy is built like he's already a pro quarterback, and this kid's like 19 years old. One thing I will say is going into this year, dealing with that injury in the offseason, he only had a couple weeks during the spring to actually get familiar with his offense and be around his receivers. Billy Napier didn't really bring in a lot of guys from the transfer portal. He did hit the transfer portal, brought in guys like J. Michael Sturdivant, the guy wide receiver from UCLA, who I believe is a potential first, second-round draft pick if you can get the ball in this guy's hands. UCLA couldn't do it, but this guy is always open. It seems like he's always beating his defensive backs. I think DJ Lagway has to work on getting him the ball. Guys like Eugene Wilson, a redshirt sophomore in the slot that's also really fast with it. I think that Florida can easily hang in this game, guys, if not win this game outright in LSU. I wish I would have gotten a 9.5, guys. I'm usually more on top of this. I waited too long this week. I'm on the 7.5 -110 that I tweeted out yesterday with this Florida program. I just think that Billy Napier is kind of on the hot seat right now. He got in all of his 5-star guys this season. His recruiting class is a top 10 in the nation. We see the guys that he's bringing in. I mean, all these guys are 4 or 5-star guys from the state of Florida. If you're living in Florida, this is where you want to go right now. I mean, arguably Miami, but seems more so of Florida right now, the way Napier had this program heading. Took a tough loss last week against USF. It kind of seemed like a fishy game at times to me, and they took care of business. I think in this one, they're going to have a better game plan prepared here today. I think DJ Lagway is going to get his balls to the receivers in open space, let them work. I know this is a really good defense over there in LSU. I think this is going to be a lower scoring game, and I think that favors Florida here because I like their guys on the defensive line as well. I like everything that Florida did on the defensive side of the football this last offseason. So I think that they're going to be able to give LSU some trouble that Clemson really couldn't get on them. So yeah, I'm on Florida here, plus 7.5, minus 110. I wish I would have gotten a 9.5, but again, I think this is a game they can win outright. This is an SEC matchup where I think these schools are a lot closer than a lot of people think. Don't like carrying all that money on Florida right now, but it is early on in the week. It is Wednesday. We have a couple days. I'm curious when we cap the card on Friday, what it's going to be at there. But I'm on Florida plus 7.5. I hope that 8s or 8.5s don't ever pop up again because I'll be sad I didn't just wait for that. But at the same time, I didn't want to wait for this to get down to a 7 or even a 6.5, which it might get to. With that being said, it's Florida for me. I think that they need this game a lot more than LSU. They already have a big win on their schedule in Clemson. Both teams, it's a conference game at this point. Like you need every conference game you get because that's what really matters. All you need to do is win your conference championship and you have a ticket to the playoffs. Doesn't matter what you did out, but at the same time, I think this is a get right spot for Florida. They stay within one possession of this ball game. If not, shock the world and maybe bust up a lot of parlays because I feel like maybe LSU is going to be a parlay piece for a lot of the public here this weekend. And it is a later game. I think this is 4:30 my time. Yeah, 4:30 my time. So 7:30 out there on the East Coast. A lot of people are going to be like, all right, all we need is LSU, the number 3 team in the country, to win this game against Florida, a team that just lost to USF. We'll see what USF does against Miami this weekend. I stayed away from that game, but that's also going to be really interesting to see if USF gives them problems and they're a lot better of a team than people thought. Because I was on them in that first week against Boise. I said I'm on them outright. You know what I mean? I had them on the money line. You know, it wasn't for a full unit, but I just had a feeling in that game that USF was a lot better. Get back to the point. I'm on Florida here. I think that they can stay within 7 points of this game.
I love it. Let's get that cash. We have one more game in college football before we roll into WNBA and put a bow on today's show. We have a game that we have been talking about for a few days, and I love the game. Number 16th ranked Texas A&M Aggies at the number 8 ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Notre Dame, Indiana. For me in this football game, it came down to one thing. Marcus Freeman. That's what it came down to. We have 13 days for Marcus Freeman with his whole season on the line to attack Texas A&M. When I talked about that to Dabby Cab, he made a strong point, and that's that Texas A&M didn't show anything to UTSA or Utah State. They didn't care. They have been planning to play Notre Dame for months. Completely valid, completely legitimate statement. But this isn't about A&M. This is about Notre Dame. And this is about Marcus Freeman. And this is 2 weeks to sit in that loss at the Hurricanes. That's what I want. That's where I want them. Now, I don't think that it's necessarily going to be some game where I can trust the Irish to win by margin. I just trust them to be in control and playing their very, very best football. So I looked at the line from 7 to 6.5, 7, and I bet the Notre Dame Fighting Irish double result at minus 105.
Ooh.
Be ahead at halftime, be ahead at the end of the game, and we'll call it a day, and I'll get my money. And that's why I bet it. And that's when I bet it on Monday night. This total opened up at 48.5. It's now 49.5. And when we get to the point spread here for this one, we'll take a look at the point spread and the cash flow and then hand it over to our guy, Wine Time Sports. We get to the cash flow, the spread. We're back at a 6.5 now. So this has been, bouncing all over the place. So this opens up at 6.5 minus 108. Again, that was Sunday at 7:35 p.m. On Monday at 1:45 p.m., this becomes a 7. That 7 becomes juiced to minus 109 compared to the minus 107 on the plus 7. So slightly juiced towards Notre Dame. And then it comes back. comes back this morning to a 6.5. As when it first moved to 6.5, Notre Dame was minus 113. Now it's minus 110. So the line's moving slightly towards A&M, and I don't really care that much. I don't care. The 7, 6.5, 7, 6.5. It's still margin off of an 0-1 team and the backing a coach that I believe in very much. Public is on Texas A&M, 78% of the tickets, 66% of the cash. Public is also on the over, 57% of tickets on the over and 87% of cash on that very over. Coin saying circa open this at 6.5 in the 47. I'm on the Fighting Irish double result minus 105. Wine Time Sports, take it away.
Yeah, it almost seemed like CJ Carr was out there a little bit hesitant in that first half against Miami. On his first career start on a primetime matchup, it almost seemed like kind of shied away from being under the lights. But that second half, he looked a whole lot more comfortable and a whole lot better, and that game plan looked a lot better. Notre Dame getting a whole week off, Marcus Freeman to prepare. I mean, guys, I don't think anyone – this is a big game for both teams. Texas A&M does not need this game by any means to make a college football playoff. They lose this game, they have all their goals still in line here. All they need to do is get to an SEC title. Maybe not even that. Maybe even just going with 10 wins if you get a win here, or if you get a loss here. But with that being said here, Marcel Reed, the quarterback, he enters as a true quarterback one going into the season. This guy's really electric with his legs. I have a lot of issues with what he can do in the air, especially against a good defensive secondary like Notre Dame. These guys are strict out there. Those guys are disciplined. They play good football. One thing I thought that Texas A&M did big time was bringing Casey Concepcion. I remember talking about Dabby Cab. I was like, dude, it's crazy that they got this guy. This guy is, other than Zachariah Brand, she's one of the most explosive football players with the ball in his hands. We saw it firsthand against UTSA. It was a kick return or punt return for a touchdown. We saw him, what he can do in open space. His speed is absolutely out of this world. It's crazy how some people can be this fast. And he is. They also return Le'Veon Moss, but these guys are 3 deep at the running back position. They've got a deep offensive line. This wide receiver room, though, guys, it is not deep by any means outside of Casey Concepcion. And this defensive line has taken a step back since last year. Don't get me wrong. I like Cassius Howe. This guy he played in every game last year, but didn't start. But he had 4 sacks in limited play. This guy's been one of the better defensive ends of 2025 so far through 2 weeks. This guy's getting a lot of pressure on the quarterbacks, playing some really big-time ball over there. I really question this defensive line, though, if they're going to be able to put as much pressure as Miami did on CJ Carr. And I just think CJ Carr is going to be more up to the task. They played in College Station last year, and now they're playing in Notre Dame, and Notre Dame is nearly a touchdown favorite. And to be honest, Notre Dame isn't even as good as they were last year. They've got really dynamic running backs in Jeremiah Love and Jadian Price. These two guys, they've even got a third guy back there too. You got to put the ball in Jeremiah Love's hands a lot in this game. I think you hand him the ball 20 to 25 times in this game easily. You work out Price in there too. And bottom line, this Carr can't make any mistakes when he gets under pressure, because he is going to be under pressure a little bit at times, but he is protected by a good offensive line. We're looking at it from a coaching standpoint. Who do we like more, Mike Elko or Marcus Freeman? It's Marcus Freeman. It's not even close. Mike Elko got handed this job here from Duke. Did a good job over at Duke, but Duke's doing just fine without him last year. Actually doing a little bit better without him. So what did he do? He brought in Colin Klein, the OC quarterback coach for K-State the last couple of years. Did a really good job over there. And I like everything he's doing with this team, but I just think that they're very light at wide receiver. And it's going to be a hard time. I think if Notre Dame runs this ball, they play good defense, as I expect they will. Marcus Freeman knows how much they need this game. This is the biggest game on their schedule outside of Miami, outside of USC. USC is playing big-time ball. Everyone's saying that USC probably should have been ranked going into this year, even though they played 2 nobodies. USC still is a pretty good ball team, and that's the only other team that they can really – who else? Pitt, maybe? Outside of that, yeah, they have some Power 4 conference teams, but these guys are not good by any means. Notre Dame isn't getting to the playoffs with 10 wins this season. I promise you that. If so, that's up to the committee, and that's some BS. But this team would not deserve it if they take a loss here. I think they're going to make a statement here. I think they take care of business at home here. I laid the 7. I could have got a 6.5, but I said, why am I going to lay a 6.5 when I could lay a 7 at plus 100? I'd laid the -7 at plus 100. I think Notre Dame wins this game by double digits. Texas A&M, I think, is I don't know. I think this is a good team, but I think this is a 7-8 win ball club team, and I think Notre Dame just has bigger aspirations by the end of the season, and they need this game a lot more. Texas A&M loses this game, they still have the whole schedule ahead of them because they're in the SEC. Notre Dame's not in a conference, so it's harder to get good wins, and their only other good win would be against USC, and who knows by then if USC is even going to be good. So we'll see about that as well. But yeah, I love Notre Dame here. I love the Fighting Irish. I think they take care of business. I think Marcus Freeman had time to prep, and he's going to have his ball team ready to go. I think CJ is going to be a lot more poised in the pocket, and if he makes under one mistake, I think they win this game by margin, absolute margin. Especially if they get up early, just hand the ball to Jeremiah Love. This guy's going to be playing in the NFL next year. This guy's one of the best running backs going into this year in all of college football. Had a slow start in the last game. I couldn't really use him a lot, but I think they use him a lot in this game. Give me Notre Dame -7 plus 100, Jim.
You are locked in. Wine time on Notre Dame -7 plus 100. I'm on Notre Dame double result -105. We are both in business reviewing Wine Time's action. Notre Dame -7 at plus 100. Florida plus 7.5 -110. Arkansas plus 7 at -110. Georgia -3.5. Tennessee team total under 23.5. And the under 49.5 in Georgia, Tennessee. And just my 2 cents says I will fade Notre Dame against any good team. They're perennial cupcakes. Perennial cupcakes.
Shout out to my guy TC.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I love capping with him. Love capping with him. We shall see, TC, my friend. We shall see. That is our college football breakdowns for Wednesday, September 10th. Wine Time will be back with us on Wednesday, September 12th, when we talk about the Friday night action, as well as some more best bets. Wine Time, thank you so much for your time. Go out there and get that cash. Coming off a great baseball show with us on Friday, and we both didn't have the kind of weekend we wanted in college football, and we can fix that.
Oh, yeah.
And we shall. I'm going to pop Wine Time's X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy, Wine Time Sports. Here we go. Wine Time, any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Oh, yeah. Shout out to all the cappers in here, guys. Turnbuckle, Tommy, Weedo, just my 2 cents, my guy, Coin, everyone in there that showed out, all single Wager Detective. Love everything Wager Detective does over there on Twitter. It's cool to see our guy Wager on screen. We got to get you on more, my guy. Seems like an all natural on there. So shout out to him. Shout out to Andrew, Irish King. Justin McKelvey said 1-9 Diamondbacks. Love to see that. 1-0 Athletics. Love to see that. We gotta watch some baseball now. But shout out to you guys. Stick around for the show. They're gonna be breaking down WNBA today. Love you guys, man. Can't wait to be back here with you on Friday. And let's freaking cash some tickets today in baseball. And let's those bookmakers
milk that shit. Wine Time in the house. We have one more game here on today's show, and it is Atlanta Dream, Connecticut Sun in the WNBA. We are waiting for our WNBA expert, our friend Justin McKelvey. But in the meantime, I will set this game up. I have not made a bet since I cashed with the Atlanta Dream on Friday. And it was easy. But I should have faded the sky and got all the money there. I did not. I'm not delivering the way I want to in the WNBA. And we have 2 days left of the regular season. Tomorrow's a big WNBA day here. We'll have Justin and our guy Billy Brisbane will both be rocking with us tomorrow. But today, we have the star of the 2-3 zone rocking with us right now. And love capping with him. The Stacks play of the day is already cashed. Number 1 is already cashed. Put that shit in the bank. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I am good. I am good. It's these weeks are getting extremely busy. I got making an announcement later today, but some big stuff going on, and it's a lot of work, but it's fun. I mean, you want the work, but it's a lot of work. There are times when the best thing I did was, stop doing the Tuesday shows last year because I was just falling apart. But the transition from Tuesday night football, and you do all that work and you get it done, and then you get your action in, and then you're like, oh God, I got a monstrous card I need to attack. So I am looking very closely at my record on Wednesdays and making sure that they are, that it's not going to get to me and I'm not going to start struggling because we had such a massive week last week. I'm excited to cap this game. We have 2 games left in the regular season, Justin. 2 games left in the regular season. And
you mean 2 days or 2 games?
Oh, you're right. 2 days, 5 games. 2 days, 5 games left in the regular season. And then we get in the playoffs. I think playoffs, I always feel like playoffs are much easier to attack. Again, we used to think of ourselves as, game 2 experts, but it's just very easy to bet game 2 after what you see in game 1. MJ Fall says Langoliers over 1.5 bases, sweat-free cash from our guy, Justin McKelvey. Let's go. 7 p.m. Eastern. Atlanta Dream 29-14, 13-8 on the road at the Connecticut Sun, 11-32, 7-14 at home Mohegan Sun Arena in Uncasville, Connecticut. We know the situation here. We have it all set up for who will be in the playoffs. We just don't know who will get that second seed, and Atlanta trying to get it here. They right now are tied with the Aces. Of course, the Aces have won 15 straight ball games. The interesting thing is the Liberty have slipped to the 5th seed, Mercury in the 4th seed. So a lot of movement from 2 to 5, and the Sparks are officially eliminated here. So let's get to work. Atlanta need to win this basketball game, and they have every opportunity to do it against the Connecticut Sun here. Atlanta, as I said, have won 5 straight, and they just beat up the Connecticut Sun at home, 87-62. But there's nothing that the Sun can do about it, I don't believe. If the Dream want to win, they do that, and that's why we didn't take the zigzag in the home and home with the Sparks. On Friday, I took the Dream -5.5, and they did it again. Connecticut can't shoot, turn the ball over too much, and can't rebound. It's pretty simple. They shot 36.4 from the field. Atlanta shot 47.3 from the field. And Atlanta, they decide when they're going to turn it on, and they decided to turn it on in the second half. They outscored Connecticut in the second half 42-19 and won the game very, very easily. So let's get into the line history here and the cash flow and hand it over. It is a home and a home, but this is a time of year where we destroy. Now, this is my first full year capping WNBA, and I don't feel that way like I do in NHL, but where we destroy NHL because we take the teams that need to win and bet them. And here, Atlanta needs to win to put pressure and get that second seed. This line opened up at 13.5. It's now at 13. So we have a half-point move towards the Sun. From a total standpoint, we have a 156.5 at a pick'em. Open up at 158. We've dropped a point and a half. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 71% of the tickets and 93% of the cash on the Connecticut Sun, and the books just don't seem to care. 82% tickets on the under, 93% cash on the under. Justin, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, when I look at games like this, like towards the end of WNBA, we spoke about it yesterday on right here on Pub, and we spoke it on the 2-3 zone. It's kind of hard to cap like a team like the Dream, especially in this spot. Like we have to win to try to keep the 2 seed, put the Aces on our ass. I think it's like a half game, give or take. And then you got the Connecticut Sun last game. You got Tina Charles. You got things up in the air. Like, is this going to be her last year? Is she going to come back? And then she always go hard when she at home against the Dream. So I feel like this is the last game at home. And when I got the Dream yesterday. I don't remember. I got to look at my paper. I want to say I got it at 10.5 or 11. So I can't give that out. But what I do, I got 2 official plays. I'm going to be on the Dream team total over 85. I think, like, as far as the spread, the reason why I don't want to keep going higher and higher and giving up numbers that I don't got, we got to win, but we don't have to win by 14. We just got to win the game. And this is going to be the feel-good story of the Connecticut guy. I know they're going to throw the sink at us. We're going to win the game for those money line bettors, but we're talking about a 13.5-point spread. And also, what a lot of people don't think about, if we win this game, we're going to have a 30-win season. Like, that's heavy for my dream. And we ain't never experienced that. So we're going to win the game. I gave up. I'm going to say, don't quote, I'm going to say 10.5 or 11.5, but I don't remember which one, because I couldn't get the team total when I did the 2-3 zone. I got one now. I'm on a team total over dream team total over 85.5. I got that at minus 112. And I'm also going to be on best number. I just added this when I really, really thought about it when I was backstage, when I was listening to baseball. I'm going to be on Tina Charles. Best number you can get over her points with the lowest juice. I'm looking for hopefully like a 14.5 or a 15.5. It could be her last game. Ex-teammate, like I feel like she's gonna go hard. So like she's gonna want to show up. Excuse me. She's gonna want to do everything possible to try to mess up our little 2 seed and say this could have been me. So I like Tina Charles. I want to add that. I have 2 official plays. So whatever number you can get me at, I'll take it.
I will get you this.
Anything under 110. If it has to be 15, I'm okay with that.
Okay, let's line shop for Tina Charles. So the Vegas plays at the Sparks tomorrow. If the teams tie, does Vegas? It feels like Vegas holds the tiebreaker. Is that facts?
That's why we're not going to get the 2 seed, because now the Sparks is eliminated. So we win this game, we'll be in the 2. But if the Aces win tomorrow, they're going to take the 2 because they own the tiebreaker against us.
You still want to put the pressure on them, though.
Yeah, absolutely, because the Sparks, just because they're eliminated, don't mean they're going to lay down. So, I hope they don't lay down. But in all actuality, I'm looking at us at the 3 seed. So, but we put ourselves in that situation. But I like the form that we're entering the playoffs. Like, we balling right now. Not like the Aces, but we balling. I'm proud of my dream. Like, usually all my teams suck. So, Dream and the Bulldogs is like all I got this year. So, I'm riding hard. I'm gonna put a little piece of money on the future for the Dream, even though I know that's a donation. But I'm just happy for us. I like this spot. We just blew them out, home and home type thing. But the zigzag theory, with what we all know, doesn't apply in WNBA. But this game, it very well could. When you're talking about the last game of the season for a team, I don't even know if they play a game, but this is the last home game for the team, for Connecticut Sun. And then Tina Charles, she used to play for us, so she's going to want to stick to it. She's going to go hard. I love Tina Charles. I love my dream to win. I love my dream to score. Like, one thing we do is we score, we play a little bit of defense. And I like this spot. And I just think I can't wait. And I'm going to watch this game. I'm going to do the 2-3 zone right after here. And I'm literally going to go to bed and wake up before the game starts.
What the hell's going on? Both the books that I use mainly aren't offering player props on this game. Why the hell would that be? Well, they're offering 3s, but like not over under. They're not offering any over unders. They're just, and then the Penny's not offering anything.
Well, if you can't get one, I'll just take the. I'm confident with the Dream team total over. So if you can't get Charles, that was a late addition for me. I didn't bet it yet. I was going to bet it once you got me a number. I seen 14.5 right by, I can't remember the juice. And I just glanced at it like literally 20 minutes before. Matter of fact, when I put 2 minutes,
crazy,
and then you said college, that's when I was looking at Tina Charles, and I was like, damn, it's a nice Tina Charles spot.
It is available at different books, just not 365 or Penny. The Charles over 15.5 points is available at Stations Casino. Nice job, Kong, cash and pearl off the strikeouts. Tina Charles over 15.5 points at minus 115 is available at Stations Casino.
I'll take that.
Yeah. Tina Charles over 15.5 points. Minus 1.
She had 12. She had 12 in the last game against us. So I know she's gonna want to get back, and we really can't stick her. Plus, this is personal for her. And I just, in the back of my mind, I just hope we don't. Actually, it doesn't even matter if we lose. Whether we win or lose, I don't think we could go past the 3 seed. That's
Yeah.
the reason why I'm skeptical about the spread. And to be transparent, when I bet the spread yesterday, I didn't do the full digging. I did it right before 2-3 zone. And I thought we win. It didn't matter about the aces. We was going to have a 2 seed. But now, once I figured I started digging, now it doesn't even matter about this game. Because if we win or lose, it all depends on the aces. If we lose, we're on a 3 seed, regardless. But if we win and the aces win, we're on a 3 seed. So it's hard to figure out like the mental of my dream. Like we could go out here and punt this game. Like they know what it is. So it's hard. Like I don't like tomorrow's like the slate that we got to break down right after here. I'm not looking forward to because nobody wants props and it's hard to cap spreads when you don't know what the last minute the teams could punt. Like, let's get ready for the playoffs. The dream, I know one thing about the dream, and they've talked about it. They want to be healthy. So Canada, I don't expect Canada to get a lot of minutes. I don't expect Howard to get a lot of minutes. It could go, I got 2 different scenarios the way this game could go. We could go up early by halftime and say Canada, because, Canada just came back. So we don't want to take no chances like, okay, give us a couple minutes, get your legs ready, and then come sit down. Ryan Howard, come sit down. So
Yeah.
Alicia Gray, come sit down.
No, those are legitimate concerns. That probably keeps me off of this game.
I don't know. I don't want to say degenerate, but when I looked at this game, if I wasn't doing nothing public, I probably wouldn't bet it. But my whole thing is I don't want to give nothing publicly and then not bet it.
Yeah, for sure.
So, and that's what I tell people in 2-3 zone when they start chattering. Like, I give a prop out and they'll say, "You scared to pick a side or a total?" I take the high road. Like, I'm not scared. I'm just not giving you something that I'm not betting. Why do you want me to give you something that I'm not betting? So, and I liked the dream yesterday, but then, like I said, like we could very well last minute decide to punt this game. And the team like the Sun, bottom 5 team in the league, this is their kitchen sink game. They gonna go hard. Like they're gonna want to win the last game, go out like, you know what I mean? Especially Tina Charles, who used to play for us. So it's a hard game to cap, but I expect us to score 86 points. There's no reason, even if we punt, we should be able to score 86 against this Connecticut Sun team.
Yeah, the problem here is the last home game of the year is generally a spot where a team out of the playoffs tries a little bit. So
Exactly.
You're right.
That's why I feel like I'm in a bad spot with I think it was 10.5 that I got. That's why I feel like I'm in a bad spot. That's why I ain't giving it out now. I bet it yesterday and I liked it.
Mhm.
But then when I spent all night, how you always say, alone in the room, and I'm digging, I'm like, wait a minute. This team going to throw the sink at us.
Yeah, I mean, if I had a free bet, I'd probably bet it, though. Like, if there was someone gave me a free bet and said at 13, you want the Dream or the Sun,
who would you bet?
I would bet the Dream. To finish the season off, to shut them down, to put pressure on. And I guess that would then lead me towards the Connecticut Dream team total under, but I almost never bet dogs on the team total under. I only bet favorites on team total under, and so I'm hesitant there. But I think I expect you to get paid in saying that. I think I'm going to stay off and wait for tomorrow, wait for playoff action. But
yeah, I'm gonna dig in. we got 4 games to break down, and actually a couple minutes here, but. And I'm gonna finish digging, but I'm not gonna concern myself no more about the comments and stuff like that because it's something like what you said. It's about my bankroll at the end of the day. It's not about this horrible record. It's about my bankroll. So I'm not about to give away a side or a total when I'm not betting it. When the playoffs come, I'm gonna dig in. I'm gonna dig deep. That's why I'm not even. I don't like that record above my head, but I'm not concerned about it no more because playoffs. I already know what I'm going to do. But the last games, when meaningless games like the Lynx tomorrow, like who knows what they're going to do? Fee sat. I mean, she had the MVP on the line and she sat yesterday. Like, but then Asia only gave up 11, only had 11 yesterday. So it's like you don't know what teams think. At the end of the day, these playoff teams, why am I lighting seem crazy? All they care about is dark. Was that me?
No, it's happening. I don't know why, but
Yeah, I just keep seeing it. And there's no it's messing with me. But and individual awards, players talk publicly like they don't care, but feet.
yeah, it
That's
was.
wild. That's
It was. Yeah, I don't know. It's got some haunted WNBA.
I'm saying that's what there's nothing blinking. Like I don't. I keep seeing my screen getting darker. I'm like,
Well, I look very much forward to hammering the playoffs with you. And
oh yeah, I think it starts Sunday.
is it Sunday? I thought I looked at this.
I could be wrong. I thought it was Sunday.
Oh, you're probably right. I was looking at it yesterday, and I was so out of it. Yes, it starts on Sunday. You're absolutely right. Sunday, we have 4 games, playoff time here.
Yeah, because matter of fact, that's how I knew that because I think today is our last 2-3 zone until probably till Saturday night for Sunday.
Why would they start their playoffs on football Sunday?
That's the reason what made me when I want to say it was Ron that said it first. I was like, there's no way they started the playoffs on football Sunday.
It
But
makes no sense.
what are you gonna do? Push it till Monday? You ain't gonna make it Saturday. That's even worse.
No, push this Monday. Of course,
Yeah.
push it to Monday.
Right? Baseball, you'll get more views. Like, but every year I've noticed it. WNBA does not know how to schedule this stuff. That's why the Valkyries not gonna have a home game. I don't know if you're aware of that.
No, I'm not.
They're not gonna get no home games. It was a scheduling conflict. They're gonna play at the Chase Center, the Warriors, Golden State Warriors place. It was a concert or tennis something. But unless they get out the first round, they're not gonna get no home games at what's that called? Ball Holler?
Yeah.
They're not playing none of them games there. Which is so messed up. Like you get this suspension team, they made the playoffs. That just shows like y'all counted them out when y'all did this scheduling. That's so messed up for a Valkyries team that I don't know. They made me a couple dollars this year. First half, Veronica Burton, like so for them not to get no playoff games is they're gonna play it on the same building as Steph Curry, which it's in their city, but it's not their home court.
Yeah. And if it's half empty, it takes maybe they can get some fans to come out because of the playoffs. But if it's half
You
empty,
would hope,
it takes
but
advantage
it's still
of it.
messed up.
We have our guy, Justin McKelvey, moving on the Atlanta Dream team total over 85.5 and Tina Charles over 15.5 points, hammering them both here. Justin, thank you so much for your time. Good luck on the 2-3 zone. He's heading over to the 2-3 zone alongside our friends Ron Crawford and Ramon Scott, 2 great guys. I'm going to pop Justin's X handle here in the chat. And then tomorrow we attack 4 games with Brizzy alongside. Justin, thank you so much for your time, your angles, your hard work, my friend. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
I appreciate you having me. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Let's kill it.
Respect. There he is, our friend Justin McKelvey. Well, it is time to get action in. We are coming off one of the strongest weeks I've ever had in MLB. I'm not one that believes that, you know, the yin-yang, you win this week, you lose next week. I don't believe that shit at all. I want to stay hot. The 9-5 on Wednesday, 3.37 units. This is just MLB. 5-0 Thursday plus 5 units. 9-4 Friday plus 4.79 units. I want more. I want more now, and I expect to get it. Big happy birthday to Robert Franklin. Big happy birthday to Audrey, our friend Kong's Clip's daughter. And tomorrow is our friend Kong's birthday. Stacks play today, number 1 already cashed. Langoliers over 1.5 bases. Then we have Bellinger over 1.5 bases. Gorky's play today is on the other side of everybody. He's on the Red Sox in total. He's also on Blue Jays, Dodgers money line. Together, Terang already cashed for our guy JT over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. 9 Legacy, Red Sox minus 1.5, Blue Jays minus 1.5, and Christopher Sanchez over 4.5 hits allowed. Easy cash play today from Turnbuckle Tommy, Braves minus 1. Kong's clips already catch with the Peralta strikeouts. He be getting them. Respect. Redbeard also cashing on the Freddie strikeouts. Nice job, Redbeard. I got off the first 302 in Milwaukee, Texas. It's just it is working. It is working. I'm cutting losses that I would have had every other year. I've been doing that all year, more so lately, just cutting losses. Now I got to flip. That's when you know that I'm finding my way. That's my next step, is to flip. We have Jose. Well, I'll let Jose go over his action. I'm on the under 11 in Boston Athletics. Yeah, it's not looking that good, but the live total is 11.5. I just need to get to this bullpen fast. Need to get these kids out and get to the bullpen fast. We'll see if that bangs out. This is a big pitch. 0-2 count. And he loops it in the left, and it's foul. Okay, so we got the squad on the team total over. We had Razor give out the Athletics. Athletics look to be in business here. Wine Time moved on the Diamondbacks at plus 100. Bookie Buster play today, San Francisco minus 126. I was going to move on that Twins-Angels game, and I did not. And it's 0-0, which means that Urena's already gotten through the Twins in the top of the first. I mean, it's uncanny. I guess I'm thankful. Diamondbacks up 4-0. I should have been on that with you guys, but unfortunately I'm not. Which leads us to the first 302, minus 120, Pittsburgh, Baltimore. And then I've got work to do and decisions to make. And there's some spots I know I'm going to attack. There's other spots I'm interested in. I'm interested in the under 8 in Kansas City, Cleveland at wine time zone. I want to see some legitimacy or some legitimate concern by the books, which we haven't seen yet. I also have interest in the Kansas City Royals, but we'll see. We had the Skunt Blaster come in with the Athletics first 5 money line, the under 11 SGP at plus 260. That's in business right now. But we need Barnett to get out of this. It's a 2-2 count now. Runner on second, no out. Goes into the windup. Oh, nice pitch. That was a nice pitch, but he just nicked it. Just the tiniest little. We have Yuri Perez, interest in Yuri Perez bouncing back here at home against the Nationals. Again, I don't have to bet it because there's some spots I really, really like. I like that first 5 over in Detroit, New York Yankees. I like the first 5 over and full game over in Houston, Toronto, as well as the Astros first 5 plus a half. Spreadsheet play today from Ron Crawford is Toronto, and Dabby Cab gives Jordan Alvarez over 1.5 total bases. Then the first 3 under 2.5 and the Braves first 5 minus a half. I expect that to be on my card. The Rays and the under 8. I want to work on that a little bit more. The Reds first 3 and first 5. I plan to bet very, very soon. And then the first 5 over 4 and the full game over 7.5. And possibly the Mariners first 5 minus 1. And that is my MLB action for today. Mr. Bouquet, my friend. Yeah, strike him out, baby. I like it. Mr. Bouquet, take it away.
A's money line and team total over, like you just mentioned. Money line plus 105, team total over 4.5 minus 145 there. I'm on the Yankees Tigers under even money there, under 8 full game. I am on the over in Houston Toronto over 9 minus 110. I am on the Cleveland Guardians. Cincinnati Reds is what I'm trying to say. Money line plus 123 and Cincinnati team total over 3.5 minus 110. Double off the wall tie ball game in Sacramento. Trevor Story.
Get these guys out of here, man. Bring in the pen, man. I like your card. For Audrey's birthday, let me just look at the prices here very quickly, decide if I like one better than the other. I really like the first 5. And I mean, I like them both very, very much. I guess the first 5 by the tiniest bit, just because it's plus money. I think I like the first 3 a tiny bit better, but then again, it's minus 105 to plus 105. I like them both. I like them both. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Another day in the books, but our action is not. I've got to make bets. And then we got to ride the roller coaster. Shout out to all the cappers rocking with us. Kongs, Clips, We Do, JT, Spencer Hicks, Old E, the Wager Detective, Mr. Justin McKelvey, Mr. Irish King, Nasty Nate, Voodoo Ranger, my dude. Thank you guys. Truly, truly thank you. Trip Carroll, great having you in the chat with us. Jason Meyer, the El Dorado custodian. Mr. Tomatoes. Andrew Colleget. Will Johnson says Cash Seattle by a hair. Nice job, Will, last night. Fernando Mendoza. The Nuke Worker. Just my 2 cents. Turnbuckle Tommy. A great, great group. On behalf of all of us, Pub Sports Radio, thank you guys so much. Truly, thank you for the support. And Dad Fan says, bad game for Peralta. I mean, why was the line moving towards the Rangers? It was very confusing, but
happened yesterday too.
It's extremely interesting. I would like just them to lock up the division before they start, jerking off foreigners. But
I appreciate when people jerk off foreigners.
Mr. Bouquet, I am happy that you had a chance to shake off yesterday, cap the card, get back to baseball, focus on the cash flow going up and the bankroll growing, my friend. Thank you for all the hard work you do behind the scenes. I will be in touch throughout the day. On behalf of all of us, Pub Sports Radio, thank you guys for supporting us. Jose, can you please bless our action and lead us into the future?
Yes, I'm about to piss my pants, everyone. So let's leche. Get a little bookmaker.